Good evening, everybody. Um, I'm coming to you slightly more belatedly than I wanted to, but that's life, and I hate that this is becoming more of a regular thing. Um, Unfortunately, work has kind of taken a negative turn again. With that in mind, my original reason for doing the Surviving Mars playthroughs usually on Thursdays, vodcasts obviously, was actually work badness, and that seems to be coming back, but unfortunately it's also getting in the way of creating content, which means that in this particular situation I will not have an opportunity to do Surviving Mars, and as I said, I come to you belatedly, so apologies for that. But of course, to the YouTube crowd, you all get to experience the video when the when the video comes online. First, a little bit of housekeeping. I'll just crash into the game straight away because I am running a bit behind time. But for those of you who are not following the updates and whatnot, I should have done the introductions to the team, and you can see the previous video for that. Or maybe it's in the no. Okay. Anyways, the the Book of Hours Kickstarter is delayed. Hey, Ascanius, how you doing? So, I mean, it probably does not require a lot of elaboration in terms of why, but I think the better path when it comes to that is just to take, basically to just take the official word in terms of kind of what's come from the Discord or from I believe the newsletter. So if you're following the newsletter, you already know that the Book of Hours has not started its Kickstarter. It was supposed to be yesterday. I don't believe that there is any news on that front, but obviously, if you want to follow that, I'm assuming that you've probably already done sort of the wish list or the newsletter to keep informed. Otherwise, I am probably not the best. I'm probably not the best source for up-to-date information, just by virtue of the fact that I do this once a week, and you can get it directly from the company. But one way or the other, we do still have one sort of... So in terms of things that I haven't done yet, how mad am I that Catherine Fullbody isn't on PC? Well, I rather liked Catherine. I just really didn't like the tone of chat the last time that I played it. I don't really know what's different in the full body version, so it's kind of hard for me to say. Like, I haven't played the full game. I actually don't think I'm that far in it, to be honest. Let's take a quick look. For some reason, fandom.com wikis never load properly on my... They added a third love interest. Oh, okay. So, added content. Developed by Studio Zero, an internal team founded by Hashino with multiple Persona staff to work on a new fantasy IP. Hashino envisioned the game as the definitive version of Catherine, the aim being to present the team's mission to create a new and innovative gameplay experience by returning to one of their more unconventional titles. Neat. Yeah, I don't know. I would really like to go back to that game. I'm split about whether or not I should play it on stream, though, because I feel like some people might want it. I think the majority were indifferent about me playing Catherine. And like I said, I mean, it's very clear that the people who made it, a disappointing experience, don't watch the cast anymore. So I'm not immediately opposed to checking it out again. but I don't know how much of a demand there is to me watching that. So I don't know if you guys want to watch me play Catherine. You know where to find me. Anyways, I was talking about Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator. So yeah, we still have Cultist Simulator. I still have lots to get through in terms of Cultist Simulator. The medium playthrough is sort of the last sort of play all of the DLC once ending. I still need to do a Lantern and Forge sort of major victory. I think at this point I've gotten all of the... I believe I've already gotten the Sensation victory, and Power was my first on stream, I think. I should double check that, but I haven't done any of the romance endings yet. I actually haven't gotten that far in romance in general. Maybe I'll follow it here. I'm not 100% sure though. It's also not clear if I can do a romance because of the, I believe your dedication determines who you can romance, and it's not obvious to me that anybody here wants to consume human flesh. But yeah, I mean, there's no shortage. If I wanted to do something like achievement runs or something like that, I definitely have a couple of like silly kinds of playthroughs in mind for this. But as far as the regular casts are concerned, the idea has always been to finish up the medium. I might take a break from Cultist Simulator. The plan has definitely been to have something else on Wednesdays after I finish the Ghoul, because this has been the longest stretch of playing Cultist Simulator. This has been the longest stretch of playing Cultist Simulator without a break since I started doing sort of the beta. How many times have I played through this? That's a really tough call, Ascanius. If I go by... Whoa, what did I just do there? If I go by the Steam achievements... How long is a playthrough? I mean, I think the first time you play the game, it'd probably be about 40 hours of content, including like the blind alleys. Like, sorry, when I say blind alleys, I mean like defeats. Now, if I limit it, so the thing is that each ending has its own achievement. So if I go for the ones which involve me achieving some kind of like, not major victory in the sense of like New Game Plus, but I have achieved some kind of supernatural ending, as opposed to just the, like, I got promoted sufficiently high at Glover and Glover. Looks like I've got the Forge, the Lantern, interesting. I've got the major, great. Okay. So I've got the major Grail, but I don't have a regular Grail, apparently. I have a Heart victory. I have a Forge and a Lantern victory. So that would mean out of sort of the lore style... Oh, and a Knock one, if I didn't say that already. So that would mean that I have Moth, Major Lantern, and Minor Grail, in terms of sort of the standard endings. And then for those of you wondering why I don't... Normally it's not possible to get the major Grail victories. The thing is that the sort of the special save file I was given for the stream, the Steam stream, gave me access to all of the major victories, and we did decide to go for Grail in that case. So anyways... So yeah, with that in mind, I have two majors, two minors, then all of the romance endings, and then all of the special romance endings, and then there's a few hidden, sort of a few hidden ones which I haven't done yet. Is there an achievement accumulator on PC like on console? What do you mean exactly as an achievement accumulator? Are you talking about like something that will automatically get those for you? I mean, like it's as easy as I believe if you open up the console, I'm pretty sure you should be able to just kind of mess. I mean, I don't know about reset achievement, but I'm pretty sure everything that you need to get your achievements could come through. Please don't do this, by the way. on Xbox? Do you have a total gamer score? Oh, nothing like that on Steam. But it does show you. It does show you kind of how many people who own the game, like of the proportion of people who own the game, how many have gotten to that. So, for instance, 50.2% have founded the Mirror of Glory. So this might mean that half of the people who have played Cultist Simulator have actually opened the game. Now, people do say it's like, well, you just because you don't have to make Mirror of Glory. I'm like, yeah, but like realistically, what's the first cult everybody makes? 43.8 has get a starvation loss. Next is Despair, 42.9. So I think that's pretty strong evidence that basically half of the people who own the game have opened it. It'd be kind of interesting actually to see what those numbers were like before the Humble Bundle. In terms of like rare ones, 0.2 have basically the romance endings. In terms of ones that the rarest achievement that I've gotten would be Eye the Feast, 0.5%, and that's basically the major Grail ending. But that's equal to Unsealed and Unseamed, the Priest ending as well. So, I mean, the thing is that out of people who own the game, like very few people actually complete it. If you want the major ending, let's go for a non-death ending. 13.9 get the corner office, or have gotten the corner office. And if you want to go for something that involves, let's say, some kind of like lore-based ending, then it's Lantern again, 4.7%. So basically, a very, very small number of people who own this game have actually seen the ending. This is true for a lot of games, by the way. Most games are not played to completion. A Way Out has actually got a very high number of people who have played through to the ending, and the creator was astonished at how low that number was. So it's really a question of framing, but like games where only 90% of the people who launched the game got the achievement for starting the campaign. Yeah, I mean, this one here, I think it's defensible to say that half the people who got Cultist Simulator haven't opened it, or maybe a little under, because founding a cult, I don't know, I'm sure there's a number of people who just said this thing isn't worth it to me and moved on. But like, this game is kind of polarizing, right? So I can definitely see, people... Well, okay, so if people open the Humble Bundle... So clearly if somebody got the Humble Bundle, this means that they at least, like, put the key in. But I don't know, I've gotten Humble Bundles and I haven't actually played them. So yeah, no, I think that 50% is pretty accurate. Anyways, sorry, didn't mean to go off on too much of a tangent of it. But to answer your question directly, there's no gamer score, but you could sort of like, you could make your own if you wanted to assign a certain weight to certain achievements. So Existential Reality says, nobody ever sees the end. The dance keeps going on to the beat of the heart relentless. Well put, Existential Reality. Although, of course, I've already got the heart ending. I need the moth ending for the dancer. Good to see you. All right, so I think I sort of dummy-proofed myself for the stream, but let's just take a quick look at the position. So in terms of the pale canvas, our main objective, we've got the colors title, the colors that were, the colors that will be, and the colors 7 coiled. We are on our way to grabbing the next one. We're going to be finishing off first of all, Tower Revik, the Cave of Candles, Grunwald's Permanent Circus. Foxlily Meadows is just basically so I can say that I've done it. And then what I think I'll do is I'll plow my followers straight into the Mausoleum, the Eye of Ikirami, Hunter's Pits, Snow's Keeper, and then I will explore with the Vagabond map. If I do get the opportunity to sort of double up some more of the secret histories here, I will, because Vagabond's maps and higher are actually rather difficult for me to get at the moment. But I don't know, we'll make do with what we've got. Here, I believe we're still trying to earn some money. Part of that is just sort of drowning out all the notoriety for the detective, although the fact of the matter is that it's going to catch up with me eventually because we're going to be doing so many locations, but I don't think it hurts to have a little bit of money set aside. It wouldn't hurt to consider some commissions at some point, especially so that I can get the Bronze Spintrea and go back through the Peacock door. But for now, I think I'm going to manage sort of one task at a time, and we'll see how far that I can get with my existing resources. So Despair, don't need to worry about it. Season of Sickness is coming up next, so if I can get some vitality, so much the better, but that's not really in my hands. Lantern, so our senses are sharpened. We should find this hidden door, and we bring Cat Caro in for superpowers. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. Perils of Renown, we already know what's going on there. Next question would be, is there anything I want to talk with my followers about? I can, of course, always try my heart followers in terms of doing things. I don't really have anything that I can do with my... I mean, the best that I can hope for, I don't really need the money in that. So Grail, in order to get somebody to send, to go through the spider's door with. Forge, if I want to use my last Bronze Spintrea to go through the Peacock door. Yeah, the rest of it I'm not that excited by. I'd kind of be willing to try a new approach with Heart, where we would use them to sort of try and eat up as much of the mystique and notoriety as possible. And if we just wind up with the notoriety here, that's life, and we move on with it. But I think for now, I'm just going to hold back. There is a bit of an argument for me trying to go through the spider's door just so that I can get myself something a little bit better than just an unresolved ambiguity. But for now, let's say Stag Door it is. And I will leave my talk verb open for the next little while. Alright, I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I have earned it too. So one of the main things that we're doing here is just trying to sort of drown out the notoriety for the next little while. It is helpful that we get some money for this, but I'm not in dire straits in that regard. This is really just generating enough mystique that the notoriety is a smaller chance to be claimed. Hey, Half-Truth. It's not too many from last time, but we certainly have our fair share of lore, it's true. Alright, so I got a Fleeting Reminiscence. If I want to use that in a medium session, I can, but of course I still have my Restlessness, which may potentially generate me Vitality, among other things. I think I'm just going to pay for the medicine. No point in getting too fancy about it. Alright, so we have doubled up a Forbidden Epic, which will become an Unresolved Ambiguity, and of course we'll eventually turn the Unresolved Ambiguity into a Vagabond's map. Now, we've got Old Unhappy Far Off Things that just triggered, so that's because of the Moth and the Restlessness. I'm just going to accept my fate, and I'm going to put 2 Passion in along with Notoriety, and no, you know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to put a couple of, yeah. No, I think I'm actually going to put the newer Mystique in. So just an even balance, trying to avoid the staleness, and getting rid of the restlessness because I know that I'm going to be getting another one in 30 seconds. Now, if I was particularly concerned about it, I could obviously convert the either convert this restlessness into a fleeting reminiscence or, what have you. But in this case here, I'm going to basically be taking advantage of basically some extra time. So the idea here is that I think this restlessness will be available before the painting is finished. If it isn't, though, I can just toss the fleeting reminiscences in to make sure that I keep the money flowing. Okay. Rat. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. I dreamt of the mansus behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I can see those colors still. So, a couple things we'll do. Restlessness is coming up. So first thing is, fascination's always the scary one, but through the addition of fleeting reminiscence, getting rid of the fascination cards, it's a little easier to get rid of it than it previously was. I'm not going to convert this one into a fleeting reminiscence. I'm just going to wait till the painting's done. Shouldn't be too long. The illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So in this case, I can afford to cure with funds. But I do need to wait the 47 seconds before, in order to get my composure. We, of course, have 3 minutes with the affliction, though, so that's not too much of a worry. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. Now, I have a little bit of a dilemma here, so if I would like to level up the unresolved ambiguity, I certainly have most of what I need. I'll definitely have it once the painting is done. But if I do decide to go down that path, what it does mean is that I'm going to be delaying the translation and reading of all of these books, and that's certainly quite the stack that I've got. Now, in this particular case, because I am finishing a painting, and that's going to give me access to things like glimmerings, I think in this particular case, studying the unresolved ambiguities and turning them into a vagabond's map is a good deal, but normally I would not have done this. History is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. Also, I just want to double check something here. So they want fascination or a library. I need erudition or an HQ with a light. Now I can only use the HQ once. And they'll also want a glimmering. So actually, in this case, I'm going to study the erudition. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So there's that glimmering we were talking about. Unfortunately, painting does not provide erudition. Actually, we did reasonably well for the money. Still didn't gain a stay on this, so good news there. All right, so first things first, we'll take our reputation as a medium. We're basically back to where we were with the restlessness here, so we've got 30 seconds. All right, so we carry enough heart aspect to quell the curse. Probably. So in this case, this is because of the 8 heart from the Percussagant, but that's not good enough, so we'll bring along Dorothy, and we will call upon the Ringyu, who is renewed. We are almost certainly strong enough in heart to be secure against the curse. So same story here. We're just going to continue plowing away at the medium job. Once we're done 1 minute, then we'll try to double up the unresolved ambiguities. Once that's finished, we'll have a second Vagabond's map, and from there I'm going to continue to translate and read all the books. Now, it's possible that I'll get something like erudition from reading the books, but the fact of the matter is I only have about 2 minutes with this glimmering when all is said and done, so it's not really worth the risk to do that. If I want, I can do something like go to the Frangiclave and look it all up, but that's kind of against the spirit, in my opinion. Anyways, The taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. So we're up to Graveyard Mouth 2. It says don't let it get to 7, so we still have a few rounds of that. But we do, of course, have a Season of Ambitions coming up, so we may need to rob a graveyard sooner than expected. Alright, let's go back to our job as a medium, continue to earn some money and reputation. And we will cure the affliction with money. Alright, sort of as expected, so nothing new there. Season of Despair is coming up, so I want to be careful about the kinds of books that I'm reading, although if I go through the usual suspects in terms of Dream, I don't have too much to worry about Dread. Oh, looks like the curse hit us. So, the words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. Alright, so normally these things hit hard. So the Dormant Creeping Breath Curse. The Creeping Breath Curse has not yet come due. I'm trying to remember. I think you need like a really high heart to get to fix that, but we'll carry on. So double up the unresolved ambiguities. We have what we need to be able to make that happen. Let's continue to work the medium job. It's a price to be paid when one trespasses in a place like this. Someday soon, the curse will tighten around us. Looks like... Oh, we've got a lot of stuff that's happening. Okay. I am running out of space for all of this to go, so... Okay, so the Course of the Heart, we're going to gain some vitality. Old Unhappy Far Off Things means I'm going to gain another Restlessness. Light in the Skull means I'm going to gain an Erudition. And of course, Dormant Creeping Breath Curse means that at some point it's going to ask me to do something to get rid of it. So, first things first. I have some decisions to make in terms of what I want to do with the notoriety. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I am going to do my usual 2 passion, 2 reputation. Now this mystique would have gone away no matter what, so I'm going to add this here, and then next I'm going to add the 51 second mystique. Now technically that would be around, so it is slightly, by doing this, I've made it slightly more likely that the detective is going to find the notoriety. But in this case, it's a trade-off I'm willing to make. You know, I need to get rid of the threat of the restlessness. Okay, next up, I know I'm going to be needing some. I'm going to be needing some influence. So moving along, we'll go back through the stag door with reason until we can get a clear idea of what we're going to need for the curse. And I don't have any bodies to share with Miss Nania, so or memories rather. So in this particular case, I just need to sit it out. Busy board. And Fascination will be showing up shortly as well. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Alright, this is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. So start with erudition. Hopefully I get glimmering next. Alright, a long-delayed conclusion. Beneath the tower is a cramped cellar with cracked slate walls. The proportions, it should be a perfect cube, but somehow there are too many corners. Blue light festers at the junction of the ceiling and the wall. The floor flexes slowly, like the skin of a bubble. It echoes to a stamped foot. What space is open beneath? Bundle the books into a sack. Hurry up. The handholds to the tower stump. The sky above ripples with cobalt aurora. The hills around are washed with shutters of blue light. There's a high and singing sound from the stones of the tower as we leave. Lightning cracks from the sky, and suddenly everything is silent. The tower stump is gone. Probably could have read that with a little more excitement, but... Okay, Cat Caro, good job. Pope Clifton, good job. Percussagant, always good job. Callagine, good job. And we've got the Twin Serpent Tantra. The Furious Tantra. How the end will begin. Well, how much you want to guess that this one's going to generate? Dread. And Bitter Black Salts. I believe I actually used those up for my Forge painting. So, still don't have an edge pigment that I can make something with. And I believe we are also short on Nock pigments. So hopefully they will present themselves before too long. I just want to double check. Yeah, I don't think you can paint with bullets, but you can never be too sure in these cases. All right, so let's think a little bit about what's going to be happening. Not much, really. So I think we're just going to head straight to the Cave of Candles. Every seventh sunset, the cunning man comes from the village below to renew the candles. The floor of the entrance chamber is slick of stinking wax. He claims the light keeps the creatures below cowed, but more likely the sacrifices he brings keep it too sated to emerge. So I have a feeling I'm going to need Nock disciples for this, but as always we bring the Percussagant and the Callagine to keep them around, and we bring money in because money makes the world go round. The ascent to the caves through the the ascent to the cave through the high passes will be dangerous, so this implies winter or forge. Whatever waits in the darkness below is probably more dangerous still. So I'm thinking that's Nock, but we'll find out. Okay, so we've got a restlessness, which we'll have to contend with. We've got an erudition, which would help with the... it would normally help with the... with the study, but of course we've already got the erudition, so no worries there. My own heart pumps more strongly today. Nice to have, but obviously I'm not sick yet, so no direct use. See the mistakes, but I can also see the end. All right. So this may not seem like a lucky run, but basically the brand new notoriety is the one that got picked up and the old one is the one that expired. What this is going to mean is that I have the opportunity to send someone to destroy that evidence and sort of nullify the effect, whereas the alternative would have been to wind up in a situation where basically there was evidence on the board plus something that could potentially generate the evidence. I don't think I actually earned any money from that. Okay, so high passes, bleak and gray-green slopes lift the eye to distant snow-edged, star-straining peaks. It'll be a devil of a job to find anything in there. Forge will sustain us, winter will shield us. The younger sister, the mother of ants, was born among serpents. She has so very many younger sisters. It can be defeated in battle, or it will respond to the mother's power, and no other events. So, first things first, we've already got some forge. Actually, you know what? Because we already have some forge, I'm going to bring Neville on the expedition right away because I want some Nock here. And then, again, I'm still not going to do anything with... Actually, you know what? There is an argument for getting Saliba to bring me some specimens. I'm going to wait 2 seconds to see what we find in the Mansus. I want to be a little careful here because if I get another fascination, it's going to be something that that comes up in the next season. But let's try the Painted River. Well, Bad luck for me. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. And we did just read this one, so... 7 seconds to try and get rid of fascination. Aha! Here is where I pat myself on the back for keeping a pawn available. So we take the Children of Silence, we add trappings, we add a pawn, and then the ceremony will be the invocation of the Ivory Dove. And this will get rid of the fascination. Okay, having gotten rid of the fascination, I can't use Saliba to get me a sacrifice yet, so let's go back through the door. And looks like we are going to wind up losing that glimmering after all, so I'm feeling a little bit foolish here. Yeah, they're gonna go away. Okay, provide glimmering or use a sanctuary. Now, unfortunately, I don't think there's any good way for me to get glimmering unless I get lucky on one of these work slots. So I'll put a brave face on it, but I think, yeah, in 25... I need to come up with a glimmering in 25 seconds, and unfortunately... there isn't anything that will trigger in time. So yeah, that painting run actually really did not turn out for me at all. I think I'm gonna set aside the time. I think I am actually going to dedicate studying for a glimmering, just because that is getting a vagabond map is a fairly desirable outcome for me. But it's definitely a very costly run for this one. I'm just going to pause for some water if you don't mind. Okay. This tab to stack is actually a very helpful addition, which I undervalued at the time, so special thank you to Mr. Larasider. Now you shed your blood as the sun's blood was shed. Now your past is divided from your future as the wolf was divided. You were not born. Your service ends only in dissolution. Arise in silence. And we have the Percipient Disciple, loyal and keen-sighted. Okay, so let's go back. Reputation as a medium and restlessness to earn money and reputation. At some point I'm going to need to get rid of the evidence, but we don't have that on deck right now. I think I'm just going to leave the top verb open for the time being. All right, am I going to generate another? Well, you know what? There's one of two things that I can do here. Either I can try the Trembling Heat and maybe get a Callagine, but that's going to require me to use the work. I am almost certain there's going to be a fascination waiting for me at the end of this thing, but I also have a fleeting reminiscence, so... Hey, this is why I don't believe myself. Okay, Forbidden Epic. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. There's a great chamber in the Mansis through which the painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. I forgot that Forbidden Epic isn't actually quite what I need. I need the thing above it, which is why going through the spider's door is such a sensible choice here. So I'm going to have a quick chat with Saliba. For those of you who don't know, Saliba's pleasures are taken in a room without windows. His companions return to him again and again, even though each time they are a little less. And we will say, hey! Significant conversations in smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? A sufficiently persuasive disciple can probably lure a susceptible companion back to us. And while we wait for Saliba to do the deed, we'll go back through the stag door and see if we can find things. Alright, so fleeting reminiscence, another point of graveyard mouth, despair is coming up. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. All right. So at some point I want to try and get rid of the evidence, but the Callagine is currently... Oh, no, we're good. I did unfortunately miss an opportunity to bring... Oh no, I actually did not wind up bringing along a Forge follower, so it turns out that we got lucky there. Okay, balked. My studies have been stymied for now. So I think I think I'm gonna study passion just so that I can get this out of the way, and then we'll move on to our proper studies. Okay, same story with the reputation as a medium. I'm basically just gonna keep hammering away at that until a better opportunity comes up. Sylvia doesn't have a wound yet, so I might actually send Sylvia to deal with the evidence. Okay, so we're up to 4. There's always the possibility that we wind up with 2 graveyard mouth in a row. Serpent's Mouth is large enough to crouch in. Okay, Subtle Rupture, Ascent of Knives, Painted River. This time I'm going to try the Ascent of Knives. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Okay, similar story here. We use the reputation to generate more. Okay, so I have 30 seconds to wait until Saliba comes back with a body. So in this case, we'll leave the dream slot open. And the Serpent's Mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power that we bear. Okay, Season of Ardors is coming up, so if we need contentment, we know that we have one coming up in this little under a minute. Obviously, if I have a romantic interest, there's a different... that's not guaranteed, but... It lowers its great head, moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember of its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? Okay, I've passed the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. Okay, so... Yep, I'm going to double up the unresolved ambiguity. That's the whole reason I did this. And the dream slot remains available for the next little while. Alright, my minion is returned, attended by a prisoner rendered docile with delight. So, of course, the penalty is that we have notoriety, but this is going to be generating no matter what, so... So, moving right along, let's take Sylvia. We're going to have a chat with Sylvia about the evidence. My scheme will most likely succeed. There is always a chance that something will go awry. And we have a hapless prisoner. Someone has fallen into your clutches. They won't survive forever. So before they expire, well, first of all, we'll do our medium thing. And before they expire, we will go through the spider's door. So in my dreams, I know the path through the silken sands to the spider's door. If I slake its thirst by spilling fresh blood before I sleep, it will open to me. Spider's door is always thirsty, always. The blood I have given leaks in threads and spills through the skin of the world, and the door drinks it in and in moment's satisfaction swells its opening until I can pass. Question, Mr. Chark, did you ever play the old Baldur's Gate games on the computer? Yes. I played Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. I have the original Baldur's Gate on my iPad, although my iPad is very old. It is the second, the iPad 2. So it's not the most responsive thing in the world. I will admit I did not get very far in the Baldur's Gate games, and this is because when I played them, I really liked playing mages. And I found that most scripted encounters would usually be enough to take your mage out like almost instantaneously. But they're really compelling. Now, in terms of sort of that style of game coming back, I really enjoyed Tyranny. And I think it's a little bit of a shame that Tyranny did not do better than it did. I will confess that I actually find Pillars of Eternity to be a little bit of a chore to get through. I sometimes kind of get the feeling... So it's very likely that this type of game is not for me. I think the way that it uses sort of real world terms but gives them weird spellings, it kind of makes me feel like I'm doing some kind of a test that I'm not prepared for, and it really pulls me out of the story. So I started off by reading like all of the little vignettes of the different characters, like my character sort of reaching out to their soul and seeing what was going on. And then it took somebody telling me that those were all written by backers and that there is a ridiculous number of them. So I found that my progress through the story was very slow. So the problem is that I'm largely... Okay, I'm not like fully mystified about what's going on inside of Pillars of Eternity, but I'm finding it a little bit more work than it's worth for me. And I find that really interesting because Obsidian made both, and yet where I find Tyranny very compelling, I find Pillars of Eternity a bit of a grind, and I need to sort of like force myself to play more of it. Now, as it happens, I wound up with a copy of Pillars of Eternity 2 Dreadfire, but I think there's a reason why that one didn't sell that particularly well, and why Tyranny didn't really do as well. I kind of think that there was that moment where people sort of rediscovered that style of game and they got what they needed out of Pillars of Eternity, and that was what the market could bear. And that sort of subsequent efforts will likely not be as successful as PoE. I do know that there's going to be a Baldur's Gate 3, and I actually think Larian has done a really good job of the format of that style of computer RPG. But have taken a modern take. Like, I really enjoy the sort of the turn-based combat that they have in Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they handle number 3. And again, like I say this knowing that the type of audience for Cultist Simulator is probably going to be a little bit more favorable to... Oh, here we go. The Creeping Breath curse begins with a cough that loiters in one's throat like a debt collector. I mean... Now's the time for me to get the heart influence if I think I'm going to need it, right? You found exactly where I was going with it? Yeah, I mean, I did try a co-cast with a broadcaster that I knew for Divinity Original Sin 2. And I think with her, we weren't a very good fit for that game. I tried one with Johnny, Divinity Original Sin, and we actually did not have as much fun co-oping that game as I've really enjoyed. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Like, I really like co-oping with Johnny, but I think one of the problems we had with Divinity Original Sin is, like, we sort of felt like we were playing isolated sessions of a game. Like, we were playing beside each other rather than with each other. And the funny thing is that I really, really like Divinity Original Sin, and I really like playing games with Johnny, but I also think one of the things that makes our co-casts work well together is that we interact a lot with each other. And so in this particular case, the way that Divinity Original Sin co-op works is actually not really well suited to the types of... I don't think it's really well suited to the types of streams that we do. So it's funny, but I think I don't know. I should try it again. I don't know. I'd probably enjoy playing it single player, to be honest. But anyways, I was mostly covering that stuff to try and figure out what I want to do here. It's a shame because I'm obviously coming here to get fancy new. I'm trying to get like fancy new influences or new lore. But in this case here, Pounding Airs, I'm like 90% certain that this is going to cure the curse. And the thing is that I needed a heart follower to overcome it anyway. So this is the most reasonable case that I can make. The heart moves, the world moves. A 10th order influence, gathering not of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So, okay, Pounding Airs it is. Last night, I roamed the clustered organs of the spider's door. I found a node of particular vitality, all that remains of someone brave or someone betrayed. While the thirst of the spider door was yet quiet, I brought it home for in a fold of my soul. All right, so we'll wait for tampering with records. I think in the meantime, let's go back through the stag door because we're going to need to send Saliba out for another person. I hope I'm right. Okay, old unhappy far off things again, so let's just let's prepare. I'll take the notoriety because it'll get me a little bit more money. Doesn't always make a lot of sense to extend it, but my minion is returned, the evidence has been destroyed, I am a little safer. Alright, so Saliba, do me a favor, will you? Okay, we need to provide Glimmering or use a Sanctuary, so Glimmering it is. Are you going to be done once this run is over? Yeah, Tell Man Alive. So basically the idea will be, I'm not done with Cultist Simulator, but I think the thing is that so this is the longest stretch of constant Cultist Simulator that I've done without taking a break. What's normally happened is I've done Cultist Simulator for a while and then I've taken a break until like a new DLC. And I think basically since the Dancer came out, it's been basically constant Cultist. So what the plan is that I'm going to free up my Wednesday, and I actually have a game that I really enjoy in mind to sort of take the Wednesday slot for the next little while. But that doesn't mean that I'm done with Cultist, period. What it means is I'm going to be moving that to vodcast material. And so that's going to mean sort of broadcasts like this, where I play the game and just sort of carry on. But it's also going to mean some broadcasts where I get to maybe try some other things. So I really like the idea of trying some challenge runs, for instance. Trying to get, certain achievements or trying to play in a particular style. I think there's some interesting ideas that that can be done with that. So can I share? What some of the plans are, you mean? Oh, or can I share what the game is? It is a game that I have played before, but I have a slightly different relationship to now. But the specific game, the specific one I'm gonna hold back a little bit because I don't know. You'll know when it. I hope it will be worth it, and I think it will be. I think keeping it close to my chest will be worth it in the end. Okay, so I didn't read the material before. So the tunnel, and as Valken says, the writing is very good. So the tunnels beneath the cave are smooth with the great serpent's passage and chokingly dark until we come with our lanterns. But the chamber where it nested is surprisingly bright. Luminescent fungi fled the place with Ersta's moonlight. Perhaps the candles drew it, not repelled it. A little cache of treasures culled over the years from the serpent's meals. It has nosed them into a glinting pile. So we have the Ichor Vitreous. We have got the Sky, the Soul, the grand labor of Cal, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the shadowless kings. And we have the account of Kanishk at the spider's door. So again, we've got far too many books. Right, back to Grunwald, or rather back to expeditions, of which the next expedition is Grunwald more appropriately. So, a tiny city of patched tents around a whitewashed farm. Hunched performers shiver in the dripping rain. Frau Grunwald has devoted her considerable fortune to the maintenance of this institution. Who knows why? The circus performers dislike trespassers behind the scenes. So, Callagine and Percussagant, as is the proper form. The circus folk will be ready to take up arms against us, and the power in the circus, we fear, may be worm-touched. Expeditions need at least one follower per obstacle. Followers will defeat obstacles. If you run out of funds or followers, the expedition ends. Okay, so I'm okay with the thrilling air going away. I hope the pounding airs, we're able to use them before anything bad happens. Season of Suspicion rears its head. So we're going to have 2 notoriety on the board. 3 notoriety before too long. The curse has taken hold. Now the life pulse slows. The curse is no ordinary sickness, but with enough heart influence, it will be possible to turn it aside. So it wants an imminence... or pounding airs. What's the imminence? 15th order influence. Jesus. Okay. Tap the drum and speak the words. Press the cough until the chant is done. Just to mesh well with what you're playing Borderlands 2 in the background. I haven't finished Borderlands 2. Okay, I'm sorry to do this, guys, but this is... I gotta take these opportunities when they come. For those of you who want it, and I understand that not everybody is big on this. Where is it? Okay. Borderlands 3 is available through the Epic Store. 2 reasons why this is a useful link. They have quadrupled... Actually, hang on. I know they said the number, but... No, they said in the tweet what the base was. So it's gone from a 5% revenue share to a 20% revenue share. So there's actually a fairly reasonable amount that I will get off of purchases for Borderlands 3 if you use that link. If you have already pre-ordered the game and you didn't use my tag, that is fine. It is not a loyalty test. But for those of you who are thinking of buying Borderlands 3, if you want the pre-order bonuses or if you just wind up getting it later, do not worry at all about it, Valken. One of the reasons I am doing this now is that I understand that people do not have the reflexive response of putting in my tag. So nobody likes the advertising, and I understand that people have strong feelings about the Epic Store. But with that in mind, if I don't say it, like the fact that I haven't been sort of drumming it into people's heads is exactly why. So I consider it, it's kind of my fault that happened. So with that in mind, for those of you who are thinking about getting Borderlands 3, if you use my tag, either if you use that link there or you enter in the creator tag SystemChalk, SYSTEMCHALK, I get 20% of that purchase. So big thank you if you do that. It is not a... You should get my bot to put... Well, that's the thing, Half-Truth, is that especially because... And this is like one of the things I really do not like about the discourse surrounding the Epic Game Store. There have been multiple extended arguments that I have gotten into on this channel over the Epic Store, and I've written multiple blogs on it. And the fact of the matter is that I am not very well suited. Like, I kind of need to learn to just let it go if somebody is saying stuff that I think is not correct about the Epic Store. Because obviously there's a lot of people who just throw around nonsense about it. But the thing is that because I sort of understand... Like, this is, I think, at least part of the reason why people start fights about it. It's the same reason when people were basically harassing Fortnite streamers when it was not yet the biggest thing ever. Because I think there is a certain like you're imposing a certain cost for participating in that thing that you don't like, and that's why people are trying to suppress it. So can you do the same thing? Absolutely you can, Tall Man Alive, if it makes it easier for you. So guys, you don't actually need me to give you a a link for this stuff. Let me just find control though. There it is. This will hopefully make it, so those links that I'm putting inside a chat will hopefully make it easier for you to use it. But anytime you go to the Epic Store and it says the support a creator, if you start typing in System Chalk, it will actually, it should populate my name. So you don't even need to type the whole thing. You just need to type in enough of System Chalk to differentiate it, me from the other ones. But yeah, with that in mind, how? Like, how do you enter in my creator code? Okay, this is a little bit more than, I'm sorry to do this, but seeing as this for those of you who don't, who are watching on YouTube wanting me to get on with it, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Let me try and show you here, Tall Man Alive. So, all right, here is my Epic Store. So, control, say buy now. Actually, I'm just gonna make sure like there's no credit card information. Aha. Just give me one quick second here, guys, because I want to cover up. There's no good way to do this. Okay. So, hi, this is what my desktop looks like. This one you can't see actually. There isn't information on there that you should be able to use, but I happen to know that there is information that if I scroll to the wrong spot, you will see. So, hello, DonDonDW. Sorry, there's an advertising thing going on, but anyways, just put your hand over the screen so you can't see it. Okay, so basically, Tall Man Alive, the support a creator thing, if you scroll down here and it says enter a creator tag, this goes for all of you, by the way, if you guys want to buy stuff on the Epic Store and support the stream. Gives you some information. Here's the FAQ. I'm going to minimize that. So enter the creator tag, SYST. Oh, you know what? So it may not show mine because I shouldn't. Oh, no, it is here. But it'll say, oops, you cannot use your own creator tag. So, but if I wanted to do Johnny Big Time, which, you know, obviously this is my stream, so I'd love it if I'm driving, you know, purchases to your side. But basically what you're looking for, if you don't see it right away, there's this little black box here. And if you type in System Chalk, either, you know, just on its own, or you can click it in, that's how you can do it. That's in the client. And again, I'm just going to turn off the full screen mode. If you, presumably you're going to be using the Epic client anyway, but I believe it's the same story on the website. So yeah, it's the exact same window on the website. So here's the issue. You already bought it. Yeah, no worries there. I mean, again, I don't want to make it a huge advertising thing. If you guys have already bought it, unfortunately, I mean, like, I don't know how they handle the refund and then you go and buy it with the ID situation. But the thing is, I don't want you to be inconvenienced doing that. Like, it is a super nice thing if you guys do use those affiliate links, but it is not, you may have accidentally supported me. Oh, well, that's very cool if you did, Velkin. So, yeah, I mean, I do get some information. I unfortunately cannot share the information about how much I sell through that. That is, that's only for Epic to know. But suffice to say, like, again, I don't mean to make it like a huge Epic plug. If you feel uncomfortable using the Epic Store, this is not me saying you have to do it to be a loyal viewer of the channel. It's up to them to sort of convince you that it's worthwhile. Who was it? Half Truth correctly points out that if you check in every week, there's free games that you can pick up. I always pick them up. I believe you can put my creator tag inside there, but obviously I get, a percentage of 0. So, but yeah, this is the big thing. Like, Epic does not necessarily make it the easiest thing in the world to support me through that. Because there's no click this link and all of the purchases that get made through this link will be directed to me. You have to specifically say when you are buying that game, hey, here is System Chalk. I've put the name in the creator, support a creator thing. But if you think of it, you can type in my name. If you want me to give you a link for something on the Epic Store, I'm perfectly happy to do so. I will try and be a little bit better. Obviously, this was me taking away some time inside of the stream to explain how that works, because like I said, it is not the easiest thing in the world to do. I don't think they're deliberately trying to hide the support a creator box, but I think there is a reason why most people haven't used that, even though that they normally would. But yeah, the best that I can say is scroll down, type in my name, ask for a link. You can do that through Twitch. You can do that on Twitter. You can do that in Discord. There is a current promotion going on where I get 20% for Borderlands 3, which is obviously the big new thing that's going to be coming out. So if you do want to pick up that game and you use my link, that is obviously a particularly big thank you to you. There's a bunch of other really cool stuff coming up through the Epic Store, and presumably there'll be another big sale going on. But as always, like, if you want to support a creator, direct donations are always the best. The affiliate link is there because it's a way that you can turn an action that you might already be taking into revenue for the stream, which I appreciate. And frankly, having you guys inside of the chat to interact with is also a nice thing. So, please don't take that as like, you have to do it. But this is definitely one of the ways that I'm able to see a little bit of a return for doing the streaming stuff. So make this old man happy. When I was your age, Epic just meant the Jazz Jackrabbit. Yeah, I mean, it never hurts to have the people at Epic say, oh, hey, he's actually moving product every once in a while. So, but yeah, anyways, sorry to turn that into a big, long infomercial, but if anybody has any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. I got what I needed, I got what I needed to say out of the way. And where's the PSN Creator Co? Then you'll make multiple dollars out of it. Don't have a PSN Creator Code, unfortunately. You'd put at least $5 Canadian that you're older than me? I don't know, that's a bet that I wouldn't want to take just because... Have I ever said my age? I don't think I've ever said my age on cast. I'm old enough to know what Jazz Jackrabbit is. We need Lantern or Moth to suppress this curse, otherwise it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. Okay, I definitely prefer not to have to deal with that. Watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. Okay, so clearly the name of the game is bringing in Moth. And if you win the bet that you're older, do you really win? I don't know. I don't actually think so. One of the best ways to sound super insecure about your age is just to do the whole, ooh, it's impolite to ask. It's like, say whatever you want. Say you're 19, right? I don't think any of you will believe that I'm 19, but, if it really bothers you that much, just say whatever number comes into your mind. So I don't know. I mean, maybe this betrays my age. I don't actually fully get the whole being uncomfortable with age thing. And maybe I just have a horrible wake-up call waiting for me a few years down the road. But I really do love keeping secrets from chat, though. I'm just trying to think how many broadcasters I know. I know a couple of broadcasters that have kids. I don't actually think I really know that much about my other broadcasters. All right. Let's try Painted River. Damn it. You could have kids, but don't. Yeah. I can't have kids because no one will have me. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, that space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I can see those colors still. So fleeting reminiscence probably seems like the best thing to use it to burn here. Oh, but Valken, your emote game's strong. I'm pretty sure you just need to drop the I'm pretty sure you just need to drop the Seth Love, and you'll be good to go. You know what the really shameful thing is? I can't actually remember the last time I've had a significant other that was not, like, outside of a province. I don't know if that's a Twitch thing or if that's just a me moving across the country thing. But obviously in the case of, like, where I live, it's a government town, so usually people... Like, there's usually only one reason people kind of come here, and that's to work for the government. So, this is a piece with missing pieces. If I find those pieces, or sorry, I may find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. Provide fascination, which may breed, or use a library, or employ a rarefied mind skill. Oh. Now I remember. Oh no, hang on. It's silent intensity. Okay, no, then sorry, I really want to finish these Skittles. I really let the pace of the cast go down after that advertisement. I'm sorry. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Alright, glimmering, which I don't need at the moment. Contentment. Another glimmering. Another contentment. More passion. Mystique. There's the other notoriety. Still no staleness. You're very good at being distracting when you want. No, I like interacting with you, Valken. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Valken is I don't know if I should call him a transplant, but Valken is one of the delightful people who came in through Octavian's very kind attention to the stream. It's been a while. Oh, damn it. I was supposed to do something with the Consciousness of Radiance, and I've exhausted my options in terms of ditching the existing disciples. So this may not end well for me. Yeah, I think I'm just going to wind up with a fascination as a result of this. Hopefully it won't burn me too much. Anyways, I don't get to see him that often in my cast, but I know Octavian was kind enough to sort of stop by, especially when I was doing like Assassin's Creed and stuff like that. And Valken is one of the people who was nice enough to sort of stick around after those hosts. So my minion is returned, attended by a prisoner rendered docile with delight. So There's that third notoriety we were talking about. We've got a hapless prisoner. Someone has fallen into our clutches. They won't survive forever. And we're obviously going to be delayed a little bit in terms of getting the sacrifice in. Okay, my lungs are clear. The curse is past. Far off on the horizon, the storm moves like a watchful beast. Look closer, closer still, closer. Keep looking, closer. Now close your eyes. Their bewilderment is our opportunity. We'll pass in silent secrecy. Okay. So again, the main reason I'm doing the medium job at the moment is to try to baffle the detective. I'm sure there would have been something I could have done with this influence, but unfortunately I'm going to have to turn it into fascination at this point. The one thing I could do to try and repair it would be to let the restlessness sort of not expire, but basically to turn it into fleeting reminiscence with Miss Nania. That'll take 30 seconds though, so let's get the spider door taken care of. Thoughts on Wither Factory's new game? So that was going to be kickstarting on the 3rd, and then obviously the revelations came out. And for those of you who are wondering about that, the official word on it is that it's delayed. Unfortunately, actually, you know what? It's probably more helpful if I just bring up the official. The website. So this is from Lottie. Hey everyone, AK's in a bad place right now and taking some time away from work. As such, Book of Hours is on pause and the Kickstarter won't go live today. I'll keep you updated with news as and when I have it. And less than 3 little heart emote. So very brief update from Lottie. I think it's fairly easy to see why and to understand why. But that's the official word on the next game. Obviously, I was very enthusiastic for the Book of Hours, and while it's, obviously I covered my thoughts on the Revelations last cast, and I'm not 100% sure whether I should just reiterate it each time or save it for the VOD. But I mean, the thing is that as far as the games are concerned, like, I really enjoy Cultist Simulator. I really enjoy, and everything about Book of Hours seemed very interesting to me. So I don't know what the future of it would be. The official word seems to be that it is, it's on as far as we know, and the question is just when it will become available. But obviously anything can change. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. But what about yourself, Don DW? Is that have you been following the Book of Hours at all? All right, rather unfortunate timing. I probably should have looked for that. Okay, well at this point it probably makes as much sense to let this decay into dread. So we'll leave that aside. Fascination will get picked up, the dread will then get picked up here. I'm going to need to send a moth follower to deal with the evidence. And we'll leave it at that. Oh, but I do need to do something with the work slot. So in this case, I will get my commissions done. And then I also need to actually do my studying. So On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago Pursuit, an account of an occult romance, a certain mech claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Theban branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who used the arts of water to conceal themselves. Matthias defied us to hunt the names of the moth in the wood to populate the pinned collection. The Amethyst Imago had dallied with the witch and sister, but she'd returned to the wood to plead the moth's pardon. The moth, as a whim or a penance, set her out to lure the long to slough off nightmares. To a slough of nightmares. You caught wind of it via my stream, so I was interested because they did a wonderful job on Cultism. Yeah, so I mean, the game is still available for wish listing on Steam. Now, my suspicion here is that, like, it is worth remembering that Weather Factory have allowed for the possibility that the Book of Hours does not happen. So, the Book of Hours started off as a tweet that Alexis had put out, basically kind of joking about doing a librarian sort of simulator. We're almost certainly strong enough in Moth to be secure against the curse. And I think it was something to the effect of, like, you know, if this gets 5,000 likes, you know, I'll do this librarian game. And of course, people being troublemakers that they are, they, you know, it got enough. And this kind of led to people thinking a bit, well, what are we going to do about this? And it seemed like a very interesting, idea. Those of you who were part of the newsletter were given an opportunity to see sort of a preview of the Kickstarter page. I was interested in the Book of Hours, and I became more interested when I saw the Kickstarter. So obviously it's a little bit of a shame that it's delayed, although it's perfectly understandable, and obviously I hope that, you know, everyone is feeling better and feeling better soon. Yeah, it's I think the stance on the thing being made was it is sort of conditional on the Kickstarter working. If there isn't enough support through the Kickstarter, then it does sort of raise the question as to whether or not the game will be a successful product. And it's worth mentioning that the release date that's listed on Steam is actually fairly far into the future, so it does seem like it would be sort of a bigger game that they want to do. So with that in mind, obviously a bigger game means a bigger investment, and that that does sort of raise a question or two in terms of whether or not it's feasible. So we'll see, right? I suspect there's probably, I don't know if there's going to be some changes in scope. I don't know if they're just waiting until everybody's like ready to sustain a proper Kickstarter. We need to wait for the official word from Weather Factory, but obviously the best ways to get informed about that have always been, you know, the usual channels. You know, you can check out on the website, you can check out the newsletter, and if you want, you can always wish list it on Steam if you want. Oh, hey everyone, did you know it's September? That means that... Oh, yeah. Valken to you, thank you very much for that sub. He is absolutely correct. Thank you very much for subscribing. Casual Nothing's got I'm going to show you the delightful emotes that the Eyes of Sin did here. It is very constructive trolling. Thank you, Valken. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so I mean, obviously I just did the big epic thing. So I didn't want to I didn't want to I did not want to do an epic thing, and then, you know, turn around and say, oh, by the way, half off subs. Now, Casual Nothing, I know you're just continuing on with your existing one. I didn't miss your resub, did I? Because if memory serves, I don't think you always do the alert here. If you had intended the thing to come up, let me know, and I should be able to make the alert come up. But obviously, you don't think so. You don't usually announce your resub. Well, thank you anyways. I believe you are on. If it wasn't a half year ago, it's getting close. Oh, hang on. It says here. Yeah, 6-month subscriber. Okay, I got it. Perfect. I know all of you and the exact duration of your sub. This is exactly what I want to imply. Okay, I got lucky there. But thank you very much, Casual Nothing. And if you guys want to do the announcements, I'm actually delighted when you get to have the when you get to have the alert come up. I don't do a lot of. You'll notice I don't do a face cam. I don't put a lot of notices on the screen because I generally want the game just to be there and to speak for itself. But I obviously put up alerts for donations, I put up alerts for subscriptions, and I put up alerts for hosts and follows, because that's a little bit of a way that you guys are bringing something to the stream, and it seems to be the right reason to sort of put the game on a backseat for a couple of seconds. So. Thank you very much for that. Specifically, Velkin to you and DonDonDW for the new subs, and obviously for those of you, if memory serves, I don't think the gift subs are $2.50. I believe it is if you get a new sub, or if memory serves, Valken, you were saying that if you continue a gift sub, so basically you're putting your money up on this case. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is what they're referring to. I'm probably just keeping my subs to like Johnny and people like that, so I don't know if I'll get any discounts, but we'll see. All right, now I've put off this decision. So Chamber of Ways or the Mallory, neither of these did what I needed. So if you continue a gift sub, so if you gave one to someone, it would cost you $5, but they could continue it at half price. Cool. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so we have a blaze of radiance. Every color has grown bright as new dye, but now all of them begin to bleed towards white. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This could be used in some rites to summon minions. All right, last night in the Mansus, I visited the Mallory, from whose impulses and rotations one does not emerge unchanged. There are many radiances here, from the fires and the forge, and her names and her instruments, but one radiance lingers behind them all like fading music, the last light of the sun and splendor shed in the moments of his division. Here, where the forge is strongest. Now that I have awoken, I see that radiance still. So maybe what I'll try here is summoning King Crucible. I don't think I have enough forge to pull it off, though. We'll see. Okay, let's get the affliction dealt with. I really like those emotes that Sin did for Octavian. Hello, Dordox. How you doing? By the way, I should probably explain that. I know I said this on Friday, but it was Labor Day on Monday, so I did decide to actually follow my, not exactly policy, but follow my my tradition of taking Canadian well, I mean, like, obviously Labor Day is not an exclusively Canadian holiday, but to actually take holidays. So with that in mind, there's a reason why I didn't stream Stellaris on Monday. I will be back with Stellaris when the time comes, but for now, I decided to to take some rest. Some interesting stuff happened in Daggerfall, though, so I've got a couple of episodes down. All right, Resonance Factor, hello yourself. It has been a while, but I never take attendance. I'm very happy to see you, though. I hope you've been well in the interim. And Dordoc says that you're good, just chilling late night after class, banging your head against a game jam. What are you making? Is it a class game jam, or is it just a game jam that you're on your own? And what are you doing for it? I'd love to hear people's ideas. Matthias loved the Imago, did he? Can Long love? Or has that organ of their soul desiccated beyond repair? The Imago loved Matthias. Did she? Or did she only enact a whim? He pursued her through the wood, but at the last, she turned aside from the nightmare slough, and they lay together where the mounds grow bright. So they learnt the Grail's pleasures, and this is the lore that they won. A delightful sacrament, so pleasant upon the ear, one could listen to it over and over. These are the words that make sacrifice sweet. Been better, this AK shit has thrown you. Yeah, and it really has. It's the last week. Now, obviously, I can't really say that I have gotten the worst of it. Obviously, there are lots of other people who have certainly suffered worse and continue to. But suffice to say, there was a lot of pressure when that broke, and obviously it is incredibly sad to see overall. So it was definitely not a good week. I mean, and in terms of just gaming overall, like obviously multiple revelations, and then the news about Alex. I don't know if I can pronounce it correctly. Holwaka. Obviously all of that is incredibly sad, and it's very hard to think about what's appropriate to say. Dordoc says you're still brainstorming an idea. It's a tabletop game jam where you're restricted to one move or core mechanic the player does. Oh, interesting. So it's like it's the Euro game. Actually, no, Euro games aren't like... Euro games, like, give you 3 moves that you can make that are all equally desirable, but they only let you choose one. By the way, I should say, if any of you guys want to talk about it, that is not a forbidden topic from the chat. It's not necessarily one that I volunteer, though, just in case anybody feels like they're on pins and needles about it. If it is something you feel the need to discuss, I think the same rules apply as with most things, but it's not a forbidden topic, because obviously it's important to get that stuff worked out the best that we can. All right. Right in the map's edge. I don't really think I have particularly strong Forge. I think it's Forge lore that I'm really going to need. Yeah, so I think like the problem here is if I just toss in the icon of St. Agnes, that's not gonna cut it. Oh yeah, I'm almost certain that I don't have enough Forge. I will try the Sunset Rite just to eliminate the possibility, but yep, that is decidedly optimistic on my part. Okay, well, I really do need to get rid of the Blaze of Radiance. We'll try the right of the map's edge. We'll use the icon, and I think we'll go for the hint and hope I don't pay too heavily. I did read Scott Benson's write-up. Obviously, that was a very sad one to read, but I think very sad would be the description that I have on almost everything. So, A hint was once a living mortal and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires lantern for a light which drew them to the Mansus, an edge for the striving they've endured in mirrors. Incidentally, actually, if any of you have Scott Benson's Medium post, I don't think that would be a terrible one to put up inside the chat for those who haven't read it. Dordock says, you're fiddling around with the idea of a pack of cards and an amnesiac letter-writing robot? I'm not sure yet. It's the strongest of your ideas so far. One of them is just fighting game, but you dance, with dance underlined a few times. You wrote that in your design book. Half asleep, though. What? Do you have like a clear idea of what dance means? Or was it just like you woke up and there's some like mystery that you have to work through? Thank you for that, Resonance Factor. Okay, do I want to try and go through the spider door again? We've already cured the disease. Against my better judgment, I think I am going to try it, so... And then let's start translating books. I'm going to do all the Aramaic ones just because I feel like it. So, the account of Kanishk at the spider door. Locke Cowley, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Lock the study door, the work begins. It's just underlined and circled a few times. Sleep Me clearly thought this was an idea worth pursuing. That is fantastic. Capoeira... Oh, that's a really good point, Resonance. I didn't even think of that. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Okay, so that's unexpectedly good news for my character. So our immediate threats have been dealt with. It'd actually be kind of nice if the hint tries to rebel, because then I can just get rid of it with reason. Power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I am a little nervous about my graveyard mouth. But it's not I'm not in panic mode yet, so. After the circus, in the striped tent, coiling tetralogies behind smeared and murky glass. In the grey tent, dripping fog that nuzzles us like a hunting cat. Fog rank as an animal. In the black and starred tent, wonderful meshes of ori and sculpture spangled with costume gems. In the red tent, the waxen priest in the glass coffin, and the books clasped to his chest. Okay, the hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. A living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. I've prepared the text for study. Okay. I think I'm going to get a few of these things up. Now, I have a little bit of a delicate situation. Okay, so another season of suspicions coming up. We've got a fleeting reminiscence. I should be taking the time to do some work. Very substantial. This is more than they really need, but it's life. Okay. I need to find a way of getting to the graveyard without letting my guys fall to pieces. Okay, well this is nice because I'll get a restlessness that I can throw around. In the rent tent, a madness of paper. The circus folk have pasted diagram-crowded paper to every surface. The anatomies of time, the dissections of old weather. The place stinks of nowhere. We should burn it when we leave. A trestle table holds an unceremonious muddle of trophies and keepsakes. Have you seen Eddie Gorko in Tekken? He does some good dancing. I've played Tekken exactly once against somebody who knew that game very well and really wanted to feel good about beating me at it. The Ivory Book. Manual of the Ordo Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave in the source of the river Limia, in the Roman province of Hispania, Galatia. Sunset Passages, a holy text of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which in many histories was driven underground, in Latin. True and Accurate History of the Shadowless Kings, Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Empire. In Aramaic, Writhing Call, lay your hand on these tattered folds and feel their warmth. Leave your hand upon it, and it will explore the possibilities of embrace. And Gartside Sanskrit Reader, which obviously we don't need. Now, the tough one here is that if I go to Foxlily Meadows, I open myself to the possibility that I get sort of two of these hungers, and that risk is too high for me to bear. So I'm gonna get the Percussagant to do 10 seconds of exploration. All of my verbs here are kind of otherwise occupied, so there's really no good thing I can do right now. My minion is returned, attended by a prisoner rendered docile with delight. So more notoriety, we kind of already knew that was coming up. The only real reservation with the letter writing game is that you're not someone with PTSD or a vet. You're pretty far from that kind of trauma. You're not sure if you can mechanize it well or truthfully. I mean, I think I made it. I thought you said amnesia, so I don't know. I don't immediately see the connection. But I think it's good that you're trying to deal with those subjects sensitively, because like I didn't do a lot of role playing back in the, I mean, again, just largely because it's not a like I'm too cool for this stuff, but just I didn't really know that many people I could game with. But I remember one of the things that always bugged me about Malkavians in Vampire the Masquerade was it was always I'm so kooky rather than like being an effort to try and see what could be done sort of with mental, like, I don't really think that's how Malkavians are supposed to be portrayed in the game. So I do like it when people kind of take it on, trying to take it a little more seriously. Oh, you did it. You mentioned the M word to you? M word. Malkavian? I gotta hear this now, Malkin, if this is the case. I also haven't played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I should give that a shot. I really think I'm gonna get a fascination for this. Okay. Yay! I'm ready to improve. The Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansis, to the far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind, and all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. Okay, we can go through the spider's door. So we found Street Strange by Moonlight, but obviously that's not the done thing quite yet. So, got my dedication now. Let's have a chat with the Callagine. We'll throw the Percussagant in just to extend it. Malkavians are your favorites because 1, you love the Mad Prophet Angel, and 2, mental illness is a fascination of yours. You could give an example of Malkavian that you've thought up that you think is one done right. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not saying that it's one that it's definitely not something that I'm saying. It's not like the Forbidden Clan. I just think that generally, so okay. The big hang up I have with Vampire Angle, I'm sorry. The big problem I had with my very brief encounters with Vampire the Masquerade is that it was very obvious the people that I played it with were people who didn't really have a lot of power in their own life. And that's fine. I think that's actually true for most of us. But unfortunately, especially in the kinds of communities that play games like that, that can manifest itself in some very unhealthy ways and ways that don't lend themselves to very good gaming experiences. And the mildest form that it can take are just these really embarrassing moments where people try to act intimidating. But the one exception that I always seemed to find was, you can have the grimmest, darkest World of Darkness setting, and yet the go-to for most Malkavians always seemed to be the play for laughs one. And I always just sort of felt that was... so I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sort of say that at a young age I was sufficiently woke. It was just it did not really feel. I didn't really feel I was getting anything out of the character. It didn't really seem to fit the setting. And I mean, I'm not gonna one of my first jobs was working for the Salvation Army in their community ministries. I was doing websites for them, but as it turns out, I had to be a relief caseworker for a little while. So I don't know. It never quite sat right with me the way that people sort of played it. But that's involved. There's a way to make, what is it, Paranoia? It was that 1984 style game. There's a way to make anything unpleasant, for sure. I just always sort of felt that Malkavians happened to be one of those really interesting clans that was hard to pull off, and the majority of people who seemed to play it really didn't care about that. So, but maybe I'm just being a big old grump. But I'd love to hear your... I'd love to hear your take on it, Valken, because I think there's fascinating possibilities inside of it. Dordock says the robot would be a restored military robot writing a letter for villages. The cards would act as prompts for letters you write, which would trigger the robot's memories. On a failure of the move, the robot crashed and flashback nom moment, to use a colloquial term, in which they don't entirely know what their actions were. Dordox once played a Malk that spoke entirely in iambic pentameter. My hat's off to you. I don't think I could do iambic pentameter to save my life. You seem to have the worst multiplayer experiences. I really do, Ascanius. I mean, maybe this is why I like single player games. I like Battlefield. Battlefield's a multi. That's about the only one that I like, though. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm probably being too much of a grump about it, but there's just really something about having some guy who is taking out the fact that he's kind of unhappy where he is in life out on you in a role-playing moment. And it's this, I'm going to sound like such a bully saying this, but everybody, some of you may have been this person, but everybody knows the kid who gets really bullied at school. And there's usually at least one point with people like this where they have just been so misused and they have been so, they've just had enough, and they finally go to stand up for themselves, but they do so with physical confrontation, and they, they're not equipped for it. I mean, because this, I do not go out of my way to have fun. I'm sure if I were to ever get into a fight, I'd get my ass kicked. Generally the people who get into fight, there's one person who knows what they're doing. There's one person who just kind of assumes that they can kick someone's ass. It's always that second person who has a really bad time. So I know, if it comes down to a fight, I'm done for. It's why I don't get into fights. But anyways, the kid who's bullied this much has a moment where they snap, and what does everybody do? They laugh at them. And I sometimes really got the feeling that some of the Vampire the Masquerade stuff that I saw was like watching that moment where the bullied kid has snapped and is like, you know, they go to like fight or hit someone, but they're really not able to do it. So it just becomes funny instead of like this moment where, you know, where they're like asserting themselves or something like that. And it makes it worse because everyone laughs at them. I always got the feeling that in Vampire the Masquerade, there was at least some set of people who were having that moment, except that there was the expectation that because it was a role-playing game, you needed to take them seriously. And then, of course, the fact that it was role-playing and you had to take them seriously, they really wanted to milk that for all that it was worth. And it just felt very awkward and unpleasant, and maybe I'm just revealing too much about what my childhood was like. Valken says, it's a simple concept, a guy that is always complaining about his neighbors, especially his upstairs neighbor. The reveal would be, eventually they'd see his place and see that there are only 2 floors, he lives on the second, and the building is empty. Interesting. Especially because there's obviously so much more that you can pull out of that as the, like, one of the things I like about that is that it's open-ended enough that you can actually fit that into directions where the campaign goes. Whereas if you have this brilliant scripted thing in mind and it turns out the rest of the group goes somewhere else, you're kind of like, oh, okay, well, so much for that fun that I was going to have. That sounds like something that also just generally fits in really well. That's a neat idea. Hey, go. Yeah, we're still carrying on. World of Darkness games have always felt weirdly off to me, but you fell into a different set of RPGs with different responses to those dynamics. Sounds like you didn't have the best group. Yeah. Like, that's only partly a fault of the World of Darkness, clearly. Like, you know, I'll be the first to say, I mean, this is true. Like, it's like I said, you know, D&D can be turned unpleasant. Shadowrun can be turned unpleasant. The fact of the matter is that not every group is going to work. But yeah, I think that's one of the reasons. Like, obviously, a lot of people seem to really like the World of Darkness stuff, and I am assuming that part of my blind spot to the World of Darkness is largely driven from those experiences, for better or worse. I would definitely not go so far as to say. I mean, let's keep in mind here, right, that White Wolf is a Paradox property now, right? I can't say anything bad about Paradox games. I'm a sellout. But I also really liked the idea of Mage the Ascension. It's kind of like The Matrix, the role-playing game in some cases, I think. I thought that was a really interesting setting. So, but like with most role-playing games, like if you know, it can be really rewarding. Or, excuse me, it can be a bit of a disaster, and there's not necessarily a good way of predicting which is which. And I mean, Dordox has it right. Like, if you don't have a good group, you honestly can't expect that stuff to turn out. And I suspect it wouldn't have depended on the. I mean, again, don't get me wrong. I think the World of Darkness, because of its themes, it definitely lends itself towards. It lends itself towards a type of player which, a certain player will become either more annoying or, you know, it will be an inappropriate fit, more so than, say, Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. But, yeah, I mean, it's in situations like that, it's really hard for me to say that a rule system has brought in the worst kind of behavior for a player. Like, it's purely the fact that somebody's not really, you know, getting on board. Never got to experience the good old days of D&D. I don't know what edition I played. I just, you know, I played whatever the hell it was. I mean, my parents were really against me playing D&D for the longest time. But eventually I got to play it, and I had a good time of it. Like, it was a fun little fantasy setting. Like, to me, because I'd already played a bunch of computer games, computer role-playing games, it was like, so this is a pen and paper version of I guess it's pencil and pen. Have anybody actually played an RPG with pen? Yeah, this is the weird thing, because like the Satanic like the time I wanted to play like D&D, like the last of the like the moral panic would have been like decades old. Like I am not so old that my parents would have been cued in to like the actual like Satanic Panic that you like you hear the news items in like a Perturbator album or something. Is it Perturbator or Perturbator? So like I know of Thatco from Baldur's Gate, not from like actually playing that version of D&D. I think even that version of D&D is younger than the Satanic. I don't know. Like I'm getting this stuff secondhand. But what was really weird was that like my dad seemed to be like really. It was like he was a really slow fundamentalist in some cases. So like he would watch. I remember there was this guy named Jack Van Impe, who was like this television preacher who was like obsessed with like the end of days and the Antichrist, and like Visa was 666 because like VI is the Roman numeral 6, and then apparently the S and the A somehow turned out to be you're somehow there's a way of transforming those into like the other two sixes, and obviously you can't buy or sell with a V. Like Visa is going to become the only way that you can buy things, and this is going to be the mark of the beast. Baldur's Gate would have been 2nd edition, height of the Satanic. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'm off then. Did you arrive at it seems like you did tell in Greenwood. I'm sorry for those of you who came for a Cultist Simulator stream. Okay, thank you for bringing me onto firmer ground. Okay, so height of the Satanic Panic. But yeah, so basically, and then I remember he would like so the book that he read, I think, was like a book from the 70s. And it was called like The Late Great Planet Earth or something like that. So anyways, like I was very familiar with eschatology as a kid. And that completely warped my life in all sorts of terrible ways, because I was terrified of the Book of Revelation and Daniel and all of that stuff. And like every Sunday he's watching this guy who's like pouring through the Bible trying to find every sign of the Antichrist coming and stuff like that. I actually also remember, I don't remember it too well, but apparently like this is when my mom was still alive, went to I'm almost certain it was like a Young Earth creationist conference. I don't think they actually believe that. I don't remember, but like we definitely went to something like that, and they were selling all these like these books and pictures of like Adam and Eve standing beside dinosaurs and stuff like that. But I remember there were like 2 really big deals that put a big restriction in terms of the types of gaming that I could do. So like number 1, it definitely felt like they were getting the hand-me-downs from those things. So like if they're reading, or if my dad's reading like The Late Great Planet Earth, I'm assuming somewhere, it probably wasn't like the Jack Chick Tract, which if you have not read it is an amazing piece of work. But definitely like the whole, heavy metal has satanic messages if you play them backwards. Dungeons and Dragons is a gateway to Satanism, all that sort of stuff. There was a very clear point where it was obvious that they were reading that kind of stuff, or my dad was reading that kind of stuff. And then I also remember we were on a ferry. So I lived in British Columbia. So we were on a ferry on the way to Victoria. And my aunt, who is now an Anglican priest, I saw a couple of kids playing Magic the Gathering, and I thought that was the coolest looking thing in the world. Like, I was a little interested in Dungeons and Dragons because I was getting into role-playing at the time, and like the compromise we made was Shadowrun, because Shadowrun was science fiction, and the magic didn't seem to be satanic magic. So that was okay, because that wasn't actually mentioned inside like the religious books that said that role-playing was the devil. But like I was like fascinated by this Magic game. It just seemed so interesting that the rules were on the cards and that you could do all this stuff. And like, I wanted it so bad. And then my aunt saw that and was like talking with my dad, and it's like, you know, look at that. That's Satanism right there. So yeah, Sungif. I don't believe my dad ever read the Jack Chick tract. I definitely read it, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever, because I'm like, yep, I know what it's like to have a parent like that. But yeah, so like the whole, because it was my aunt that drove that, I believe there was eventually a point. So there were two things that happened. There was, number one, in terms of the magic thing, it was very clear a bunch of kids at school were getting into magic. And so the deal was that I could play originally a white deck, because white was the good magic. And then that was later restricted to, and by the way, I made a great white deck. And then eventually it was, I could not play any black cards. Other than that, it would be fine to play the other stuff. And then I think my first D&D game came as a result of the fact that like the pastor's kid was like running the game. And I said, it's like, you know, the pastor's kid is running this. I've played Shadowrun, and a hole has not opened into the ground and taken me straight to Tophet. Is it because it's the fantasy thing? Is it because, this, like, book told you that Dungeons and Dragons is evil because it's, like TSR had already been bought by Wizards of the Coast by then. There had almost certainly been a couple of new editions out. It's like, this doesn't really seem to be the game that you think it is. And I think what it came down to was he talked with the DM and realized that the only thing that he would need to worry about was that his son would be a virgin forever. And of course, in a religious family, that's not a terrible thing. So that was ultimately how I wound up playing D&D. But yeah, Sungif, I have no idea how that happened, but yes, that is exactly what happened. But I will say, as a fun, there is, so the reason I went on this story is because there's a punchline for you as well. Because when I visited Montreal and I got a chance to meet, that was the time when I visited Lottie, there was a project I was working on, which I still need to figure out how I'm going to reveal it now, because it was originally supposed to be something that we were going to put on the Weather Factory website. And I'm assuming that I don't want to push on that because obviously there's other stuff going on. But my aunt, who is the reason why I couldn't play Magic the Gathering because it looked like Satanism, you better believe I was absolutely talking to her about Cultist Simulator and all of this work I was doing into this graph. And like, I talked about the Priest DLC, and it was it was kind of funny. Like she's very clearly, my dad lightened up on it. I think my aunt has lightened up on it as well, although my aunt is definitely a very religious person. The funny thing is, I really like Russian icons, and so we were actually able to bond over the Russian icons because I was able to identify the painters, where she just got them because she liked them. So I had a little bit of an easy out, and I was staying with her in Montreal. But yeah, that's the fun punchline, which was for all of the efforts that they put into making this, wholesome young man, not to get into the devil role-playing games. I'm now, of course, playing a game called Cultist Simulator, in which you play the bad guy in an evil, horror story. And more particularly, I am so into the game that I turned all of the files in the background in this big graph analysis, and obviously got to know the people who made it a little bit. So, yeah, that's the punchline to this long and meandering story. I hope you thought it was, worth it. I'm not ignoring chat, by the way. I just wanted to catch it up here. But there's definitely a few people talking about organized religion and such. And what does Satanism even look like? Never mind, it looks like Magic the Gathering. Only the black cards, though, Sungif. Mine's very disorganized for an organized religion. Every religion has its own organization decided by the particular religion. Yeah. I mean, it's also worth mentioning, like, my background was in the Salvation Army, which is not a particularly... Like, all of the stuff that my dad got out of it was clearly from more, like, Southern Baptist sort of stuff. He was getting sort of religious instruction from outside of that. And I mean, I can't complain too much about that upbringing because obviously I would not have had the exposure to sort of community services and things like that had I not, been involved with them. So, I have my history, and there are some things that are really lame about it, and some things that I would rather not have been the case. The role-playing stuff and that, it's kind of dumb because it would have been nice to be able to sort of build those friendships and have those experiences. Obviously, I got into role-playing quite late as a result of those restrictions. But, like, let's face it, as far as religious upbringings go, like, not being able to play, like, a game is really not that arduous compared to what other people go through, so... I'm going through the wrong door. There's a door that should not open, and even now its hinges are roused. A 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. All right, I am going to hang on to this one, because I might be able to summon something with it. What else did we have here? Satanic Temple, however, great group of people. I actually had a Black Mass in Ottawa, apparently. Doing a lot of progressive political stuff, angering a lot of highly conservative Christians. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the Satanic Temple. Yeah. One day you'll have a run that gets that high. Oh, Dordox, it'll be a special day when it does. All right, last night I came to the Concursum, the crossroads of the Mansus, which has been called the Chamber of Ways. From here the hours may pass to any place in the Mansus. Here the Horndax spoke to me in her voice that is older than any living thing, and she said, "There is a door that will open for a little while. This is its time, and here is another division." So I'll be honest with you, this is the reason why I tend not to do a lot of stuff with the Spider's Door. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of stuff that I really want behind it, but the cost of notoriety is very high. I think it's with an N, Dordox, but the one thing I've learned about the internet is as soon as I put my foot down on something, there's always going to be somebody much better informed who then turns around and informs me or tells me what an idiot I am for not knowing that. I really screwed up. No, I didn't screw up, but I almost did. Because obviously a corpse is something that the detective can pick up. The shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. Okay, so this is earning me a little mystique, which is nice. So I gotta work out the right pacing for the cemetery. So we're gonna leave the hint hanging around for a little bit. Ego Karen's upbringing was Roman Catholic. You left the church when you were 15. Biggest fight you ever had with your parents. Luckily, that made it a lot easier for your younger brothers. That's actually pretty cool. I'm assuming you're the oldest, and I do tend to notice that there's a certain degree of trailblazing that can happen, and I don't know. It's one of those things. Been paid my fee, it's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. So I think we're gonna, in this case, we're just gonna keep pounding out the mystique for the next little while, because obviously I am playing with fire. You're gonna start commuting home. Take care. Might be back. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good one, Dordox. Sorry for the digressions, but I think, at the risk of speaking for too many people in chat, I feel like the digression, at least by the time the punchline came along, I think had earned its place. If you come up with any new ideas for the game jam while you're on your commute, by the way, feel free to share them in the chat. I'm always interested. This is one nice thing about the people who are in game development programs stopping by the stream. Well, I mean, I'm kind of specifically speaking to Dordox, but I actually think there's a couple of others here who are at least dev-minded, if not active devs. But it is kind of neat to hear things from the other side. You haven't had the heart to tell your mom that you're not Christian? Makes you feel kind of bad. That is actually a difficult one for me. So I'm a little bit more relaxed on the whole religion thing. I am not particular, so I know people whose past experience with religion have been purely negative, and it has caused them to have incredibly strong feelings against it. And I understand them very well. It's not been my experience, and so it's why I find it a little bit harder to sort of throw that all into the lake of fire. But I will admit, I've always found it a little bit difficult. Like, when there's very clearly a discussion going on and I disagree with it, especially along religious matters, as much as I enjoy stirring the pot, I've never quite been able to come up with the right sort of guideline in terms of where I should make a stronger statement, or where I should put my foot down and say, well, that's clearly a bunch of nonsense. Because I generally find that the sort of the social penalty, just in terms of everybody getting upset, is usually a higher cost than whatever satisfaction of being right would be. So it's one of those cases where I kind of keep my mouth shut, uncharacteristically keep my mouth shut. But I don't know. I figure that's probably individual for everyone. So. True and Accurate History of the Shadowless Kings. A True and Accurate History of the Shadowless Kings by Isaac of Karth. Isaac describes the 1,000-year ascendancy of the Shadowless Empire. I want to see if there's any more Aramaic books that I can translate. I think I'm going to try something new here where I do bunches of translations in one language, and then I read those. Of course, before any of that, we're going to have some lunch. So, feast upon a remnant. Let's get the hint to dig up another snack. This will be a lot easier when the weary detective picks up a notoriety, but I'm not in any rush for them to do that. Satanic Temple are a very active political. I've heard that's the case in sort of Scandinavian countries, where it seems that the state church is quite a bit stronger than. I'm actually enjoying the auto-corrected version a lot more than just the standard one. Let's try the Painted River again, but it may be Fascination. Nope, Forbidden Epic. I mean, Forbidden Epic's still going to be a little tricky to upgrade, but... Alright. I'm going to try and make a little more progress, so I'm going to skip a bit of the Mansis reading, but I'm not going to do so sort of at the expense of everything. And unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to let the knock influence die just to be... Mostly because my notoriety is so high, I kind of need to prioritize the... the Mystique generation. Alright, I did unfortunately neglect to read the eating part, so once again my appetite rises, flecked once again with shivers of revulsion. One of the few modern democracies in the world with a state church nobody wants to do anything with. Yeah, it's... here in Sweden, with less than a quarter of our population being all... Is that atheist, you mean? And like very much considered a freak if you profess religious beliefs outside specifically religious situations. And Switzerland also still has a state church and blasphemy laws. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that much about Europe because obviously I live in North America, but it's really interesting to sort of see... I mean, one of the things is that while people might be... they're not necessarily... Like, I don't think they put that much... I think the difference is that where you may not individually assign a lot of significance to a religious institution like that, I think it's a very different thing to have somebody ask you the question, would you support the abolition of the state church? Because, of course, that then becomes more of a question of sort of a cultural heritage or an identity. And so while you may not necessarily have any particular faith, maybe you just have fond memories of Sunday school, like that was where you met your friends or something like that. And so it's never really been that surprising to me that it's a difficult thing to shake. Just because I sort of think that, like, quote unquote, going to church, I think even in something like the US or that, which obviously is intensely religious, I'm not always convinced is like entirely about the worship. I sometimes think it is as much of sort of a social thing. Less than a quarter believing in any form of God adjacent thing. Welcome to the godless continent. All right, let's see. By the way, one thing I am really happy about for the movie Winterlight. Obviously, if Sweden was not the way that it was when Ingmar Bergman made Winterlight, I wouldn't have that wonderful movie. So, all right, let's get another body. Oh yeah, Telwyn. I mean, like, so I'm not so much expressing a personal preference in my own case. It's just more so why I think, like, it's a little bit like if you think about the United States or something like that. As a Canadian, I, like, in one sense, I don't get the US stance on gun control laws. I actually took... I won't mention who it is just in case they would rather not be identified as such. There was actually a viewer who I knew and got along well with, and I happen to know that they own several guns. So, especially after a couple of mass shootings, I said, is like, I know you're probably gonna, when you hear this, it's going to be I want to tell you why you're wrong. But it's like, I would be really interested to hear your perspective on the gun control debate in the United States, because I have no frame of reference. So, and again, like, my own views on it are probably unsurprising. Like, I think there are some very, it seems that the States has a very, I'm just trying to think of the right way to put it, because, like, I don't want to, it's not so much the, like, I don't want to offend people thing, as I want to be sort of precise in terms of what I'm saying. But, like, I think the level of permissiveness, okay, I think maybe the best way I could put it is that I don't think anyone would sit down and write the laws the United States has with regards to firearms that they have right now. Like, it sort of seems to have been this system that's kind of grown out of something of a grotesque set of priorities. And whether, you believe it should be more permissive or less permissive, or, wherever you fall on that, I think it's a reasonably ecumenical statement to make, to say that, I don't think anybody thinks the current system is really working all that well. Of course, wherever somebody, falls on that is another matter. But with that in mind, I also sort of understand why it looks the way that it does, sort of talking with people who have a very large stake in terms of the gun control issue. And while I may or may not agree with a given point that they make, it kind of comes back to that point about sort of whether or not you keep the state church. Like, sometimes these things aren't so much about the church so much as, where they feel their place in the society is. And obviously that can sometimes get in the way of progress, for lack of a better term. But, as somebody, I've worked on political campaigns before, and, like, it's kind of interesting. Like, you sort of think when you go and knock on doors, like, I never tried to persuade, and I love to debate stuff, right? Like, I really do enjoy the back and forth. It might seem uncharacteristic, but I never actually really tried to convince people at the door to vote for my guy, because I always felt that was the candidate's job. What I would normally do at the door would be I would try and tease out where their support did lie, so that we would have appropriate information for E-Day to try and get out the vote as efficiently as we could. And I don't think anybody actually really expected, I think they expected me to get my polls done. I don't think they actually expected me to try and convert people. But with that in mind, sort of taking a little bit of a view in politics, and admittedly inside Canadian politics, which is a different animal from any of the countries that are under discussion right now. The fact of the matter is stuff like, I may not be religious, but I just want to know that there's a church. I want my kids to grow up the way that I grew up, or something like that. That's actually a really practical thing that you need to work around when you try to enact certain policies. It's unfortunately a non-trivial issue, and I sometimes think that there are political graveyards just full of people who are kind of like, well, that's just sort of superstitious, or that's, people don't feel that strongly about it, or whatever. It's like, when you hear that stuff from people, it's actually something that has to go into the reckoning. And obviously, as a more, like, wonkish kind of guy, I'm obviously really big on policy stuff. it's sometimes a shame because like I'm just like, yeah, if you could just get a bunch of technocrats in place, you know, the world would be perfect. You know, just like the Soviet Union was, right? But yeah, obviously, you do actually have to deal with stuff that you consider to be sort of orthogonal to the problem, because in the end, people are going to vote on that basis. So. Anyways, sorry about that. I'm gonna try and... Oh, I should have... I thought it was gonna be a fascination. Of the place the dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, for the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Ego said... Oh, actually, we've got a few things going on here. Sorry, guys. I'll try and run through this really quickly. Kind of torn on separation of church and state. In theory, you think religious, per definition, have no place in rational decision-making, but that affects everyone regardless of creed. But in practice, the countries with state religions are functional liberal democracies and are way less affected by religious political influences than those with separation by church and state. I've never actually really thought of it that way, Sungif. I actually probably don't know the demographics enough, but that's a really interesting thought. Talwin says, you just honestly want them to try anything at this point because they're just kind of pulling a Ned Flanders' parents. We've tried nothing and it didn't work. Yeah, I mean, that is the really big problem, is that there's clearly something that's gone wrong in the States. And unfortunately, the fact that things haven't happened since then, it really just feels like it's gone to a point of, well, I mean, like I said, I don't think anybody would vote for the current system, but it really sort of feels like the intensity of this the intensity of the feelings over this has gotten to a point where people are just even common sense stuff that I think in any other circumstances people would be okay with has not happened. Although again, I'll be honest with you, like I'm not educated enough in terms of the gun control debate to offer anything meaningful on it. I probably should just be listening to what people say in chat here. U.S. amendments are very much products of their particular time, sort of like how the Bible stuff about slavery was super progressive for its time. Yeah, I actually don't know the Bible that well to know to know what you're referring to, Sungif. Your opinion on guns is this: there's gun violence problem, but you also see it as a social than a control problem. There still should be better, harder checks for mental illness medication, and the whole gun show thing should be dealt with. Yeah, I mean, the loopholes sort of seem to me to be the lowest hanging fruit, but I think sometimes there's the question in terms of people sort of viewing it as like the thin end of the wedge, which is a kind of annoying because clearly the cost for not getting it dealt with properly is it's a real one. It's one that means like somebody who would have otherwise had a perfectly normal and enjoyable life isn't able to have that now because of a failure of policy. Something in the U.S. you agree with ego, though most arguments you hear are give me guns or take away all the guns, but everyone will rail against that. The problem is control. People have to self-control solely so people don't fruit. Yeah, I can see that. I actually really don't know how how that gets unraveled, to be honest. I definitely really feel I think a lot of those situations become a lot worse because the battle lines get drawn, and so it essentially becomes sort of a flag that people plant down. And so it sort of prevents there being any decent research on that. But If we just talk about dead people with guns, most of them are gang violence and stuff like school shootings, no matter how horrible they are, they're statistically not relevant. Most suicide school shootings are such a small minority. Bible outlines a system for slavery for its time. It was super progressive. Slaves in the region at the time were afforded zero rights and protections the Bible gave. Okay, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing too. Like, obviously, there's a discussion. I think the thing that's a little odd on it is that when you talk about like copycat shooters and things like that, that's something that is aside from gun control, and what you are trying to do is to stop people from doing other ones. But I also think that that's a conversation that can be held. Like, that's definitely not an either or kind of a proposition. Like, obviously, there is somewhere a gun policy that is appropriate to the United States that will get sort of this social license, for lack of a better term, that can be implemented beside whatever appropriate tools in terms of making sure that people don't follow in the footsteps in that. But obviously, I'm clearly not equipped to to be the one to decide what that is. What I might do, I will. Sorry, YouTube people, we didn't mean to derail all this so much, I promise. Well, I think one of the things, I'm not necessarily adding a whole lot to the conversation. I sort of feel like I'm stumbling over the fact that I really don't know that much. I don't know enough to speak definitively on the issue, and I don't like waffling on stuff like that, but I also think it's probably important for me to stay in my lane when I can. Like, one of the biggest things is if I were to come out and say, I think X is the right way to go, and somebody says, but did you consider Y? I would actually have a really hard time defending my position. So what I might do, I will commit to absolutely reading everything in chat. I may not read all of it out loud because I'm getting so close to the time I would normally finish, and I think I'm going to try and add a little bit of time on it. But please don't take that as me ignoring or being disinterested in the chat. This is more me saying, I don't quite know what I have to add on the issue, and so I'll respond if I think I have something that I can contribute, but this is definitely one that I would actually prefer to read people's view on this sort of stuff. So if you guys don't mind that. So you're here for the derailing? Okay, that's good. I mean, the thing to remember is, like, this is there will be VOD only stuff for Cultist Simulator coming down the pike. Like, I am not too opposed to going off the rails on some of this stuff, because I know that there will be like undistracted streams for Cultist Simulator coming up anyway, but I'm also not sure that this is exactly where I'm gonna hit the ball out of the park in terms of like offering the most profound insight. I could talk about the Canadian election coming up. Zangief is not a hooligan anymore, but expresses some concern at their behavior in the past. That's fine, it's in the past. Okay, completely forgot to check. So we're at 2, so I need one more body, and we can get it within 30 seconds, so we're good to go there. I don't think I'm going to use the next 2 Vagabond maps because it is going to be a little tight to try and keep some of these beasties around. I also need to deal with this restlessness. This is actually going to be hard to deal with. Okay, Fascination's coming up next, so I gotta be careful of the Stag Door. Or do I? Because if that restlessness turns into dread, then it's dealt with. This is a bit of a danger, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to keep this restlessness out. I'm going to use my existing one for the job as a medium. And I want to see if I get a fascination out of the Mansis. If I get a fascination out of the Mansis, then I'll let one of these decay into Dread. And if I don't, I'm obviously going to have to give up a round with Miss Nania. Or sorry, I'm going to have to give up a round with one of the summons so that I can get my round with Miss Nania in. But we did sort of solve our problem by killing a bunch of notoriety with Mystique. So why am I not doing anything with Explore? Because my Percussigant and Caligine are occupied. I think the hint's gonna expire before I can use it. Oh, but I can resummon it. Okay, this will almost certainly be Fascination. I can shut up. The Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansis to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. Also, guys, I am actually rather sorry for that derailing before, because it occurred to me that it's probably one where people have a lot of strong views. I didn't really cover the material all that well, so it sort of wound up being a distraction from the game, but not necessarily an edifying one. So I'll try to be either better prepared or not to go into that murky water. I feel like I could have handled that better, but I don't know. Sorry about that. Like, I feel bad more so from an entertainment point of view, because I think it's not enough to just, like, voice an opinion. It should be something maybe a little bit more thoughtful than what I gave, so. Okay. Let's do Fox Lily Meadows. Again, the most likely outcome here is going to be that I lose the hint, and so I'm going to have something that turns into Fascination. So the next question is, what do I do about that? I need Contentment to get rid of Dread. Okay. Chat with Miss Nania to switch the Restlessness into Fleeting Reminiscence. Reputation as a medium to keep working with this one. The hint will decay into Lantern, a Lantern influence, which will then turn into Fascination, but by then I will have a Fleeting Reminiscence, which I can use to convert. But I need to do something with something profitable, shameful, and menacing, so I still need to actually deal with my Restlessness. Damn it! Went from talking games straight to religion and politics. I'm not sure. I don't think we've had anything else. I will ask the duck. I actually I don't mind the religion one is easy for me to talk about because I have my own background to draw from there. I don't mind politics because, again, I've got my experiences in terms of working on political campaigns or working on, or just my own views on politics. Which need not be viewed as the gospel truth. But when it comes to, American politics, there are some things that I would consider to be reasonably, I would consider those views to be ones that I could articulate reasonably well and defend. Gun control is not one of them. I mean, all that I'd really meant to illustrate at the point on that one was like, so in terms of politics and religion, like it was essentially just to sort of say that as a Canadian, I have sort of a set of priors that come in there, which lead the American stance to be a very curious one. And that's just because I have a particular framework that I'm coming from. And that it ultimately took that conversation with a viewer that I know to sort of maybe not set me straight, but at least to sort of get the frame in terms of where those discussions go and how people sort of feel about that stuff. And I found that very rewarding because they were rather patient with me, not so much in the fact that I was coming from a particularly judgmental place, but rather it's stuff that I think they have to deal with a lot in terms of assumptions that people make. And so even though I was asking from a point of like, I would like to become a little bit more educated on this, they were still having to sort of reiterate points that they had made before. But obviously I could have ended the anecdote with that. But yeah, I've never been too bothered. It's actually, so I think this comes back to what somebody was saying earlier. Like, one of the things to me about the politics and religion thing is that, yes, they are topics that can make people behave kind of swinishly, but I think the big thing on that is you just don't invite the boors to the party. Like, if a particular type of music comes on that you really like, and apparently it just drives someone to, the most appalling behavior on the dance floor, something that no polite society would ever be able to, tolerate, then the answer to that is, I personally would not invite that person back to the party. I wouldn't stop playing the music. So with that in mind, like if somebody just behaves in a completely unacceptable way when Chad is discussing politics, everyone doesn't necessarily have to agree. I know for a fact that there are people who watch my stuff who disagree on just about every political point that we could. And that's kind of the point, right? Like, politics exists because we need to be able to, somehow live together. I think it's one of the reasons why, one type of voter I don't, or what would-be voter I don't like is I'm too pure to vote for these people who compromise. And I'm like, compromise is kind of the point. You want to build some form of consensus so you can move the nation forward. I don't like it when my team, doesn't get, I have the set of things I'd really like to see. But obviously the system under which my side always gets what they want tends not to resemble democracy. So, I accept that the people who I will vote for will very likely be people who do things that disappoint me. And I kind of view like voting as putting away my litter. Like, the fact of the matter, the idea of me getting like a ticket, like a bylaw violation where I'm actually going to have to pay the money. The idea of that kind of, that kind of punishment is pretty remote to me. But I do know that I want to live in a society where there isn't litter just all over the streets. And that's the main reason I vote. Like, I don't vote because I think I'm going to be the pivotal one. It's, yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, I don't particularly like all of my options. But I want to sort of live in a place where people will sort of do their civic duty. Same deal with like jury duty, for instance, that nobody should want to go and do jury duty, but obviously the fact that we have juries is a really nice feature of of our world. Also, I've been missing riddles. You said second riddle. Did I miss a first one? Sorry, guys. All right, let me catch up in the game, and then I'll be back with chat. So Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Locke Cooley the vessel of his appetites, promising Locke that they would ascend together. At the spider's door, he betrayed his lover. But yeah, all that I wanted to say with that is like the no politics or religion rule is one that I don't like following, because I think in the end, you know, we're gonna have to get along somehow, and I don't really feel that the differences that come up in those kinds of discussions are so substantive that, you know, it's a little bit like the censorship thing, right? Like, there is no book that will just utterly corrupt the person that they read that I feel that it needs to be, like, locked away. Because, like, obviously then it's like, well, you know, then the censor is the most corrupt person in society. Like, that kind of reasoning. Yeah, I've never really done the no politics or religion thing, although I should probably hold it for myself, because I never wind up being articulate on those discussions. All right, so I'm adding Valsine for the forge to get over the high passes. I will add a moth follower for the mortals, and heart or winter. See, winter would actually be kind of nice to bring along. No, I'm actually going to switch that. So a gaunt woman who is silent, that will deal with both the curse and the high passes. So then we just need a moth to deal with the watchers. Okay. Talwyn's got third whittle. We don't need wine. We don't need meat. We have sharp teeth, but cannot eat. The worst thing about censorship is message deleted. No, don't need wine. We don't need meat. We have sharp teeth, but cannot eat. I kind of wanted to think like... I always kind of imagine like gears, because I know like gears are sort of have like teeth, but that doesn't seem to fit the rest of the riddle. Oh, it's a saw. Okay, good. That's a good catch there, Sungif. And Talwyn, I apologize. Obviously, you had I now have seen your previous riddles inside there. I was obviously not doing anything productive with my time. Thank you again for sharing those. Okay, what I think I'm going to do here is we're going to do reputation for a medium, as a medium, and I'm going to deliver all of these things to Miss Nania. So something profitable. Ray of commercial light, a miniature opportunity, a figurative 5-pound note on the pavement. Miss Nania's eyes are shrewd. I screwed up. I think I wanted to do something with the hint, but I don't know what. Anyways, I'm gonna let them expire just because this is gonna happen one way or the other, and at least now I have a fleeting reminiscence to nullify it with. Please, you have enough for another 10 streams without finding a new... Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Well, it's mostly just... obviously, you had a lot to add to the conversation, and I definitely didn't necessarily hold my own on it. So if I'm going to miss out on your... riddles, it would be nice if I missed out for, like, a better reason than what I did miss it for. So, what can I say? I have some better cast than others. Alright, Iron Spintrea doesn't make me the most excited, and I completely forgot to read the text. Sorry about that. So something profitable. Miss Nania's eyes are shrewd. I will read that the next time. Let me have a quick sip of water and we can, I can't undo the past. I'm sure this will be one of the ones where I get like a thumbs down vote on YouTube, but we'll at least finish strong. Alright. The world as it is. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane if that means anything. So when the consciousness of radiance goes away, we can take the fleeting reminiscence to get rid of it. The Chiliarch listened to the betrayal and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Lok Cowley remained to write the work and to describe the outer magics of the struggle and conquest. Sorry. The operation of the Labite, a series of mystic exercises that require both dedication and terror. Fourth and final riddle for today. She has tasteful friends and tasteless enemies. Tears are often shed on her behalf, yet never has she broken a heart. I kind of want to say an onion. Hey! Alright. We're on track to finishing strong. Sungift says, what has mountains but can't be climbed and seas but can't be sailed? I was gonna say like a globe, but that's probably wrong. Let's do the sky and the soul. Sky of the Soul, the grand labor of Cal, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the Shadowless Kings. Okay, dream slot we're leaving open for when the fascination emerges. Nope, you got it in one shot. Oh, yeah, okay, so it was a globe. Okay, yay! 2 in a row. I'm feeling extremely pleased with myself now. This will make me feel better than when I have to solve riddles in an Elder Scrolls game. So we're leaving the dream open to nullify the fascination when it emerges, and we're going to go through all the remaining memories with Miss Nania. You'll DM you one where the answer is fire, ego, Karen, since you haven't used it here yet. Ooh, okay. So I'm sure you've heard it before, but it's the only riddle you can always remember. I don't actually remember that one, so if you've said it before, Sungif, it was news to me, but then I suppose I would have said that if I want to take the victory lap. Miss Nania says nothing, but afterwards I think of her, and when I'm browsing in a junk shop, I'll buy something silly on impulse. Okay, something shameful. Miss Nania waits with patience. That is the patience of images. Today, Miss Nania's eyes are almost sly. Something menacing, I think, sometimes has negative results, but... Oh, fair enough, okay. Alright, so fascination, fleeting reminiscence. My equivalent to that is the ever classic, what gets bigger the more you take away? Nothing, a hole. Yeah. Miss Nania says nothing, but I realize later the same idea must have occurred to both of us. We could use this as leverage against someone in authority. So we'll start with something joyful. Nah, you know what, we'll do something menacing and take the consequences. Okay, expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So that's winter dealt with. Frostguard and Shivering, we have made it through the mountains. So Watchers will already be deceived, but I do need to add at least one more funds to get past the curse. Vitality's coming up through the course of the heart, and we're good for the rest. We actually don't need to worry about notoriety until the expedition finishes. In your business, you have two general methods of working with stuff. One of them is away taking, and textbook example is a hole. I should have planned for this. The Sky the Soul definitely seems like the sort of book that would give you fascination. Okay, we'll see what comes out. It's always possible to be deader, Cal states. The Watchman goes before. None but 7 may go after. Yet surely we are born to the glory as the sparks fly upwards. So we've got the formula Concursit again. The Concursum waits at the Lantern of the Mansus. It has been called the Chamber of Ways and also the Chamber of Endings. Its intricacies are probably beyond human comprehension, but these formula are a first approximation. So if I want to go crazy, erudition... Passion is the only one I can do, and also the scariest one. And then a library. So this is within my grasp. The question is whether or not it's actually worth the effort. At this current point, no, because I have so many other books to read, but I might consider trying to level up the Lantern at some point. All right, the first and greatest history is described here, A True and Accurate History of the Shadowless Kings by Isaac of Karth. Isaac describes the 1,000-year ascendancy of the Shadowless Empire. The first and greatest history is described herein, the Persian Empire, the sons of Achaemenes, the Shadowless Kings. The most glorious empire survives the assaults of Alexander the Great and flourishes as late as the 5th century. Look closer, closer still. Closer! Keep looking. Closer. Now close your eyes. I mean, if it's a job that you were particularly attached to... I mean, so one of the reasons why I left film was because I had constantly worked. Miss Nania says nothing, but I remember afterwards how our smile warmed me against the cold. Okay, that's nice. So we can give her something joyful. I worked constantly. I never took any breaks, and I didn't particularly mind that. It is hard work. Like, it was definite. I can remember 18-hour days. But, you know, I sort of created this definition of myself through the work that I was doing. And so when there was no work to be had, that was kind of the first time that happened to me, and like that was ultimately the reason I left, because I'd sort of come to define myself through that job, and I sort of came to realize how that wasn't necessarily the best thing for me. So I can appreciate that kind of attack. I mean, like, it is, you know, there's definitely a way that you can sort of define yourself through a job like that. And even if you're no longer in it, if it holds that sort of special meaning to you, I don't think it's that unusual to do so. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if you want to move on, I'm not going to advocate against it. Just I don't find it particularly sad. I actually find it very. I find it comprehensible, at least from my own background. All right. Let's turn in the commissions that I've done. I was hoping to do more, but obviously other circumstances came up. very good at your job and proud of that, but you had this weird pride in the way that most people, IRL, not so much nerds online for some reason, always treated you like you weren't really on your level due to your profession when you believed otherwise. I mean, one of the challenges I'm running into at work right now is, while I think it's very important not to have an inflated sense of the type of work that you do, in terms of the work that I'm doing, I definitely feel that my work is undervalued, and me individually, I kind of feel that I'm disrespected a little bit more than I think is really appropriate. Like, I think there's, like, you know, there's stuff like friendly ribbing or whatever. I can deal with that. That's not a big deal. But I definitely think that there is a lot. I mean, to speak perfectly frank, I think there is a lot of insecurity in my department in terms of people's understanding, and I think one of the ways that insecurity demonstrates itself is through the fact that they want to undercut and devalue people. So while I don't think that I am God's gift to the economics profession, I definitely think that I am underutilized, and it is neither to my benefit nor my division's. But I also think that the people who leave me feeling disrespected do so because they are not very secure in their own their own knowledge. And I'll go one step in further and say they are justifiably insecure in their own knowledge. There are a lot of posers, but that's not a helpful attitude to have. I would much rather focus on my own work. If they, either they're going to find their way, they're going to, read up and fill in the gaps that they need to know, or they're not. What I should be concerning myself with is how to do the best work I can within the constraints. You just finished a brutal exam for your spreadsheets class. I'm sorry to hear that, just the tip. Did you, how did you feel? It may have been a brutal one, but do you feel you got what you needed out of it? Because I know, like, econometrics, nobody feels happy coming out of an econometrics exam, but that doesn't mean you didn't do well. After the fall of Rome, the Shadowless Empire takes Byzantium under its wing and moves east against the land of the Great River. Isaac begins to recount the invasion, struggling against the unskinned armies of the Hooded Serpents, but ends abruptly with a series of incantations he claims allowed the Shadowless Empire to persist. And we have the formula Vigilant: one who watches does not sleep, one who sleep watches not, one who watches does not sleep, one who sleep watches not. Finished with 95%, but it's 3 hours long and such a slog. Well, very well done. Congratulations on that. And 3 hours is... And, I mean, not to undervalue what you went through, but I know there's a lot of functions in Excel that I should know more about and be better at. But I'll be honest with you, like, if that was a 3... I don't know if in spreadsheets, if there's so much, like, is it 3 hours because there's really that much that in terms of intricacies that you need to handle, or is it more 3 hours that they want to just thoroughly drill you on the stuff that you've been taught? A holy text of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which in many histories was driven underground in Latin. And your blacksmith, most of your clients were corporate management types who either couldn't be bothered or did a very poor job of disguising that they considered you can never hope for to be more than cogs in your machine. I remember you'd mentioned the blacksmith thing before, but if you'd mentioned the attitude, I had missed it, and I apologize. That's a really tough situation to deal with, because, like, the fact of the matter is that they're hiring you specifically because you can do a thing that they can't. So whether or not they view you as a cog in the machine, that's kind of beside the point. Much love for you, Mr. Smith. You are now my hero. Did any of you, so this Kickstarter didn't end well, but did any of you happen to see the Neil Stephenson Kickstarter for the game Clang? It was basically a workbook with approximately 8 tabs of different exercises. For example, you had to do 5 different pivot tables, plus you lost all data on one of your tabs about 1.5 hours in, that you had to go back and redo. It was really hard to study for since your job is approximately 65% spreadsheets, so it was hard to get off work and fire up Excel. Yeah, I mean, the problem for me is so when I was going through university, once I knew I wasn't doing philosophy, I immediately jumped into economics. And the first thing you hear in every econometrics class is you cannot do the homework assignments in Excel. You have to use a proper statistical package. Now, I understand why, because old versions of Excel did have numerical problems, that there were certain values that you could not calculate. And then also I know in terms of numeric values, like, I can't remember the exact value. I'm sure that would have been on the test. I know past a certain point, it will just truncate, like it'll just get a bunch of zeros on the right-hand side. So like you wouldn't put a credit card number as a numeric value. You'd put it as like a string so that you can actually have the full credit card number. Not that you should be putting credit card numbers in Excel sheets, by the way, but... So the challenge for me is that I understand where the econometrics profs are coming from on that. I also think that they are condemning Excel for things that were probably resolved in like the early 2000s. But with that in mind, like I'm like, okay, well, I know I'm going to be, I'm going to be doing econ stuff. So sure, I'll learn Stata. I learned a little bit of R. I know Python better. And then some MATLAB for like macro. But the thing is that I never really learned Excel. Now, I can get along in Excel, and I sort of know like arrays. But the thing is that like when you download data from Statistics Canada, most commonly you'll get it as a CSV file. And sure, if you want, you can load it in your favorite statistical package and you can bring it in and you can, transpose it inside that. But the fact of the matter is most of the time when you just want to double click on the file, you'll open it in Excel and start working on that. And so even simple things like I want to transpose this column of data into, something resembling a table like what I see on the StatCan website. All of that stuff is a mystery to me. I've never learned it. And so I'm actually a lot less productive at some of the statistical work I do purely because every stats teacher I ran into told me that I didn't need to learn Excel and that I would always be using, a top flight statistics package. So maybe I should take your course, just the tip. I'll finally undumb myself about Excel. All right, I think I'm going to try the Painted River, but I feel like I'm due for a fascination. There we go. Ooh, I've got 2. This could actually be a killer. Season of Suspicion coming up next, so we've got a little bit of grace on that, but I am tempted to ditch the restlessness on this. I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door, of the space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movements of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. Would not recommend. Best thing about being done. About it is being done. Only 2 more classes till you get your 2nd degree. Then you're taking a break from school. I think, yeah, 2 degrees is enough. It's time to make some money. Or, do whatever you want. But money wouldn't be bad. I stopped doing school because I needed the money. It would have been cool to go for a PhD, but... The Elegist knows what is already lost. His power will almost certainly protect us. So at the moment, I'm just going to hope that the fascination doesn't become a problem, but I may have to change my view on that. Okay, not restlessness, but season of ambitions is coming up. One fleeting reminiscence, so now we can get rid of the fascination. This one will almost certainly decay and... no, I know that I'm not going to be hurt by this fascination, so good news there. Carry on with our Mystique generation because we'll be finishing an expedition before too long, and I need to start using my talk verb more. Madame Bichet, here is your commission. All right, Sunset Passages. This was just the Latin one on its own, so a miscellany of funerary prayers, ceremonies, and hymns of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which was ascended in the 3rd and 4th histories. It schismed during the Intercalate, when the sun was divided, and has not survived as a significant force. The Church revered the sun in splendor before it was divided, but even while it was still whole, its later selves were recognized as its names. The Madrigard, of course, presided over death and the passage of the house. Gospel of Zacchaeus is up next, and then we'll probably deal with the Tantras. I have received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. We can have a chat with Count Count Jennings wanted the edge. Now, I might need to have a chat with Miss Nania about this restlessness just to get a little bit more time on it, but I'm going to try and run it out as long as I can. It is kind of tempting to try and double up some of these works. It's especially tempting to try and double up the Vagabonds map, but the thing is I know I'm going to need a pigment from one of these locations, so I think I'll eat through whatever Vagabond map locations I need, and then we'll start worrying about getting that like final tier. You feel hard done by today? What happened? Was it something here, or just in general, like it was a tough day? I'll do it, but the Stag Door doesn't really offer me a lot that I need at the moment. It's more so the fact that I don't want to generate a lot of notoriety to go through the Spider Door. I do have one Bronze Spintrea, so I guess we'll have a chat with Valsine about repairing that. Made it home. No new ideas, sadly. I don't know. Some of the ones you had already were pretty decent. But the White Ceremony was spoken to honor the Madrigard at funerals held in a chilly space before dawn. The text cautions that blades should remain sheathed while the ceremony is spoken, lest the corpse be not quiet. See, the thing that I like about this one is I believe if you combine, it's something like Winter Edge. No, hang on. Is it Winter? No, Winter and Edge is Maids in the Mirror. But I kind of like the fact that it's like, don't have a blade out while we're doing this winter stuff, otherwise you might summon something. I don't know if that's a reference to the Maid in the Mirror coming out, but I kind of like that idea that somebody accidentally does a summoning because they bring out an Edge artifact. All right, let's do... I think I said I was going to do the Gospel of Zacchaeus, so... Lost early Christian text. It's in Greek. Another note you have is based on an old short story idea, delivering mail between islands in an archipelago using an old-timey plane, based in part on the Hayao Miyazaki movie about the big pilot. I don't actually think I've seen that one. I actually wish I've seen more Miyazaki. Sungif says, got crushed at work and had to retire a few years ago. You're reasonably fine, but you're dealing with some chronic chest injuries that occasionally cause you a fair bit of pain. So yesterday morning you fell down the stairs to your apartment and it aggravated your injuries pretty badly trying to brace for the fall. I am so sorry to hear that, Sungif. I know... I do remember the pain. You'd mentioned that before. But obviously having circumstances like that bring it. That is a not like that is a tough blow on its own, but especially to sort of be a follow up and compounding the troubles. I definitely feel for you there. We've dipped claws in ammonia and bound them around our faces to deaden the fox lily scent. Even so, our heads swim, our bodies respond to a half-dozen contradictory desires. Here are the bones we sought. Loot them and get out. Sorry, Chuck, gonna split now. My other streams just jumped on. The game he's playing is getting really interesting. Actually, Velkin, if you don't mind me saying what game, if you want to go, absolutely, that's totally fine. Please don't feel you need to apologize. I was not at 100% today anyway, but I really appreciate you stopping by. I also really appreciate you giving me a chance to talk about the Epic stuff and your subscription. So, again, please do not feel a need to apologize, but I would love to know what game. Star Sector. All right. Have a good one, Valken. Feel free, by the way, to say who the caster is. Obviously, if it's something that people want to check out, they can check it out. But have a good time, and we will see you next one, I hope. But yeah, the best I can offer, Sungift, I know it's a minor consolation, but I'll at least put a little extra time into the stream to, I don't know, take your mind off things. I don't really feel like there's a whole lot that my streaming accomplishes, but I will do my best to give you a sufficient distraction. The fox lilies are white as cave skin, white as frost, white as unsullied sheets. It's hard to look away. We will close our eyes and struggle away with our treasures. All right. A woman who is gaunt and silent goes back. The Callagine, the Percussigant, and we've got Xanthotic Essence, Glassfinger Toxin, and Amaranthine Nectar. So all things that we've already gotten before, but I don't know, we'll probably find them useful. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. How are you doing tonight? You've been at a laundromat for most of the night. Hopefully things are okay. Valken has been sharing your work. By the way, Sin, is Octavi Budget Frog... That's a great name. Is that a new one? I'd love to hear the story about that. Okay, the really tough call for me right now is whether I want to go plowing straight into these or if I want to explore with the Vagabonds maps first. I think because we're repairing the mirror, we will go to the next location. Normally, though, I would have probably tried to get the remaining two, so... You basically made it as a huge joke while working on another emote. And Octi really liked it so much that he kept it. See, this is the funny thing, because, like, when... Yeah, so here's the funny thing. Like, I hope you don't mind me mentioning... All right, have a good one, Val. I'm sorry to keep you so late. Like, when you mentioned at some time in the past that you weren't feeling 100% about your emotes, when I saw that one, I was kind of like, this looks like it's deliberately this way. I never actually knew that it was called Budget Frog, but I was like, you know, like it really threw me for a loop, because I wanted to say, like, in one sense, like, oh, if this is the reason, I want to say it's like, look, you know, I don't think this is the best work that you've done, but I think it's really important to move forward. And then I was like, no, this is silly. Like, this is so obviously designed to look this way. But then I was like, wait a minute, but like, what if I say, you know, oh yeah, that was really funny that you made it look that way, and that was like your best effort. And I'm like, oh man, then I'm gonna feel like a really big jerk. So this actually really, like, this was a really big emotional journey that I went on, because I was like, man, like, I want I want to be nice and I want to be supportive of Sin, and like maybe she's feeling really bad about this emote and that's where some of this is coming from. And I'm like, no, this is silly. Like, this is obviously designed this way. But now now I actually have the confirmation. So I can answer part of your question here, and I will present it in such a way that I'll present it in such a way that YouTube, who is very long suffering on this, by the way. Oh no, we don't whisper Sin's work. We put that in there. So YouTube, I appreciate this is probably not the best cast that I've done. My apologies. But I am taking a minute here to share https://art by the Eyes of Sin, artbytheyesoFsyn.tumblr.com. And if you would like to see Sin scribbles, you can. She is an artist for hire. Unfortunately, that page does not actually give you a way of contacting her to commission art, so maybe she'll give like an email that you can reach her at if she's accepting commissions right now. But of course, the emote we're talking about right now, she is describing as, no, I made it in MS Paint with a crayon brush while gin drunk. But for those of you who like my emotes, which we've got here, and I like them so very much, the Eyes of Sin is your woman. Or you can just admire the posts on their own, and we'll leave it at that. Anyways, I hope you are doing well. What was it? There's something about the laundromat. You were getting blankets and sheets cleaned that wouldn't fit in the washer here. Oh, see, my easy answer is I just have given up and I just wait for the sheets to disintegrate and I just buy a new set from IKEA. Anyways, I'm very happy to have you here, Sin. I hope you're doing well. The Mausoleum of Wolves. This chilly monument was built long before Rome fell. Stone wolves watched the door. A chamber within was carved from rock to await fragments of the sun at its prophesied funeral procession. That procession never came, but the dead still are drawn here. So almost certainly we're going to need to bring a winter follower in. Let's chuck a couple of funds at the problem. Did the sun ever come here when its death was pronounced? Perhaps that pronouncement was premature. In any case, if we usurp its progress, we'll have to face avalanches, furious ghosts, and a door sealed by adept architects. Let's be ready. So, it's winter, knock, forge. Yeah, we have to bring everything. Dordoc says, I know this isn't entirely relevant to CS, but like 90% of what I've said today hasn't been, so I don't think that's a fault on you. But you're trying to finish Darkest Dungeon now, and long dungeons are super intimidating. Any suggestions on what to bring? It's hard not to bring enough food, because if you bring too much food, you can basically give yourself the option of more rest. And if you don't, then it's just really easy to throw away the log, and then you can still use the food for healing. Lots of lube-loaded dice. Those aren't my recommendations. Another way that you can get through long dungeons... I mean, long dungeons are not that different from long expedition or like later expeditions in terms of Cultist Simulator. So... sometimes it's a matter of thinking about what the problem you're trying to solve is. So it's like, okay, I find that my health is getting too low and I can't sustain myself for the duration of a long dungeon. So there are a couple of ways of answering that. One, you can try and make sure that you bring along some kind of a healer. So that would mean an occultist, a vestal, sometimes a crusader, although I think you can get better healers. A witch doctor, similar idea. Again, it'll not witch doctor, plague doctor. Not the best healer you can bring, but somebody with healing capacity. I know the Houndmaster at least has a self-heal. You're paranoid about how many torches of food to bring. I think it's always good to bring more food than torches. I tend to have a bit of a surplus of torches by the end. The thing is that if you wind up in like pure darkness, you do get more loot. There's the chance of being surprised. There's the chance of like your stress going up and stuff like that. But like running out of torches is not the end of the, like there's a reason why you're allowed to douse the torch in the game. And if you look in my highlights, one of the first times I ever played Darkest Dungeon on stream, I completely forgot to bring any torches. Foods, I mean, you could bring 20, 24, 28. 28's a weird number, but like 20, if you want, you can bring 24 food. I think the last long dungeon I did, I brought 20. You know, packs laden with loot are often short on supplies. I am running into money problems, but I think my money problems stem more from the fact that I haven't done the price decreases in the blacksmith and the guild. I think my provisioning is a little generous, but not overly so. But yeah, I mean, 20 plus food. I think the way I play it, I bring at least 20 on a long one. Maybe 24 if I wanted that extra security in terms of getting the two, kind of the 2 full meals in. But even then, you don't necessarily need the 2 full meals if you're bringing along a good healer. So, and the other thing too is that like it's not the end of the world if you lose characters in Darkest Dungeon. Like unless you're playing on Radiant mode, I don't believe there's a time limit. So. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. All right, there's a great chamber in the Mansus through which the painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night, were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. I'd also say too, Dordox, between Sungif and I, one of the bigger differences really comes down to how much you want to use the campfire. Like if you don't use the campfire at all, 20 is possibly too much, but not enough where you're going to feel like, oh, I really wasted the money there. If you want to use the campfires, there's nothing wrong with buying 24 food. And I think what you'll also find is that over time you'll find out exactly where you are on the risk versus reward spectrum. Yeah, and I'm basically in the middle of Sungif's recommendation. I think I usually bring 12, but that's just out of habit. That's not a considered number. I'm trying to decide if I really want to go through the stag door again, because it's hard to see me getting anything good out of it. I think I'm just going to wait for a bit. I think I want to go through the spider's door again, at the very least. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't move everything up. Or everything down. I need a spot for my work. I have prepared this text for study. Oh, Sin, you'll be delighted. We had an extended conversation on religious backgrounds. An extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the Mansus through the opening of his body. Hey, this sounds familiar. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of his house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and Nock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. Alright, Bronze Spintrea for Valsine. Alright, let's see what we're up against. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So a kindly-faced woman who is silent will be taking point. The fretful dead, not all dead rest easy. These ones dislike intrusion. We can prevail against them with edge, or they may obey one who comes in the name of winter. And in addition, we have a warded door. An engineer or an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Forge or knock will defeat it. We already have 8 forge from the Callagine, so in this case I think we'll just grab one of the forge bros and bring them along. Okay, another graveyard mouth coming up, but we're only at 2 after that. So we should be able to get through at least our existing reserves. I think we're going to do the same trick as before. Now, it's not foolproof, because in the end, I still wind up with like 30 seconds of restlessness. But in this case here, we're down to 12, so it's not a bad time for me to retire that. I do enjoy a good talk about theology. How bad is it that I played Magic the Gathering as a child? Is my immortal soul in danger? I mean, I say child. I was a little older than a child. Well, I don't know. Child's a broad range. Sin's a child. That's unkind. More considered opinion on food is that, yeah, 20 is a good number, less is risky, more is not really worth the bother. Yeah, and again, I think that one's dependent very heavily on how good you will think you'll be at healing. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with the talk verb. Well, let's at least get some commissions. Yara called the Madrigard is at home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from failing. So we'll add funds now, just in the odd chance we do fail. And then we'll start adding more people. So Adim would like Lantern. What would Madame Bichet like? Because I know sometimes Sin needs a minute to reply whenever I say something silly, like, Sin's a child, even though I know I don't mean it, and I usually expect that she doesn't mean it. The fact that there's not always an instant reply calling me, like, a dummy, or some other, like, we're okay message, I actually sometimes do, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I really offended her this time, I shouldn't have said that. And I'm feeling exactly that. Here the book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood. It requires a corpse of sufficient power. The author suggests an invocation of winter lore and an assistant touched by the powers of the wood. So we have another rite, the rite of the Mother's Mercy. The assistant is offered in sacrifice to the Mother of Ants, but the Mother knows healing as well as poison, and she will be merciful, accepting the substitute of a lesser offering. Usually the experience is not reassuring for the assistant. Sorry, Jock, it's me keeping Sin distracted. No, it's all good. Sin is her own woman. She's Kate. Sorry, I should have said Sin is her own girl. Then I really would have been in trouble. You know, she has her own she can pay attention to whatever she wants. And most of the time, whenever I say something is not worth listening to anyway. So, and Ego says, since your parents forbade you to play black, you should be okay. All right, well that's a relief. All right, so we're just waiting for the painting to finish for the restlessness, and I'm back to translating. So I think we've got the low-hanging fruit. Everything else is like 4 more. Oh no, Vac, how the end will begin. So for this one, I know Dread's coming up. I mean, you cannot read a book, How the End Will Begin, a book of bleak prophecy, and not assume that Dread's coming out. So given the fact that the season of despair is coming up, it might be an idea to just hold off a little while on that one. I just read what Sin said. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Apologies to anyone who could not see chat from that, but that's why you gotta watch the live experience. All right, let's read the Tantras. Let's translate the Tantras, then read them. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplantis once attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His fate is recorded in an appendix. Accidentally. Okay, I'm always curious about this. Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. Good news. I make more than a few movie references in the casts. Who here has seen the movie I was referencing? And how many here just had this wonderfully surreal experience with absolutely no point of reference for what was just happening? I partly ask this because I have watched casts and I've watched stuff which have these like inside jokes, and I was just enjoying it as extremely surreal humor, but I actually found out that there was a whole point behind it after the fact. So I'm mildly curious. You understand nothing. How you doing, Pippin? Yes, Doordog's got it. I mean, I think it's a reasonably famous scene, but then it occurred to me that people don't necessarily all like watching old movies, so. The particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul, it comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. Alright, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So the answer here would be bring along... Yeah, Laidlaw can go in. So... I should be okay now. It'll take me a minute to translate how the end will begin, and then a minute to read it. Of course, by then the contentment will be gone. But I kind of committed to read the Tantras already, so... Doing all right, starting your second school year? University. Have you picked a major yet? Sorry, that sounded very distracted. First of all, welcome back. I'm actually... So I've mentioned this to people before. I actually have become institutionalized for school. Every August, I have always wound up buying a textbook, and I could have sworn to you this year was going to be the year where I didn't do that. But, damn it, Sin. We're going to have a chat after cast. But no, like, I, been in school for a little while. I always like to get my textbooks early, and I liked reading them early. So it's like this year is like, okay, it's been a couple of years out of school. I have no reason for textbooks. I already got a bunch of textbooks. What did I wind up doing? I got Linear Algebra Done Right by Sheldon Axler, 3rd edition. Very good. If you guys ever have to do linear algebra course, It shouldn't be your first one, but if you need to do a course, so like for those of you who are in like game design and you want to do stuff like computer graphics, or you're going to be manipulating a lot of things in three-dimensional space, like linear algebra is super helpful for that. It's helpful for other stuff too. But like if you need to go past the I did this course as a prerequisite and you want to understand it well, Linear Algebra Done Right is a relatively thin book. It's a dense book, but if you have got the basics from a linear algebra class already, sometimes also called matrix algebra, but anyways, like you'll know if you deal with matrices, this is the book you want. As long as it's not your first exposure to it, it's an excellent textbook. I also got volume 1 and 2 of Apostol's calculus book. If you have not looked at Apostol's, it's really interesting because they start with integral calculus instead of differential, and most other textbooks do it the other way around. Apostol's justification is actually he believes it's a more sensible way. Oh, also, he would have been a technically co-worker with, I can't remember if it's your grandpa or your uncle, but I'm almost certain Apostol is at Caltech, or was at Caltech. And then what was the other thing? So 3 math textbooks, and then I wound up with a sociology textbook on network analysis. I never would have thought I was going to get a sociology textbook, but this is a really helpful one. And then yesterday I bought Call Sign Chaos and Super Pumped. One is the memoirs of Jim Mattis, and the other one is Mike Isaac's sort of account of Uber setting itself on fire. Those aren't textbooks. Those are just for pleasure. But I think there was another textbook. Oh yeah, I got a book on Common Lisp. So I started with saying like no textbooks, and I wound up with like 5. Hey, you've got a really cool set of. So Pippin, I only know some. You're working in the Uni Chem Lab, so I only know a little chemistry from film developing. I was actually never very good at physics. Like I basically went to social sciences and that. But the funny thing is, Dordox, like I started off for any of you guys who think that you are not math people, this will be especially with the school year coming up. When I knew I was going into film, and I'm sorry I'm pausing the game so much this stream. When I knew I was going into film, I like stopped putting in the effort for high school a lot. So I think like my math 11 was some like C- or whatever I needed to pass. Now, in fairness, I was in honors math for a little while in elementary school, but I left that, and I actually really stumbled on math at a certain point. So where it wasn't just I was no longer honors math, but I was like really scraping by. So didn't take math 12. I only had to do up to 11. Phoned it in. I was like, I'm not going to need this stuff. So the first university I applied to looked at my high school transcripts and basically just laughed and never responded. And again, I was originally going into university because I wanted to do philosophy, but I took an economics class and was fascinated, like loved the subject, loved everything about it, loved the stuff that people hated. Like you could not have given me anything in economics that I would not have just gobbled up with, with pure enthusiasm. But if you want to do well at economics, the fact of the matter is you need to understand mathematics, and you need to understand mathematics in a few different ways. Economic theory involves building models. These models are abstractions of sort of the real world, but they need to have a certain degree of mathematical sense. It's the language of economics. I mean, like, you can read a Paul Krugman article, or you can read, I'm not a huge fan, to be honest, but that doesn't mean you can't be a fan of his. I know, Piketty's book doesn't have a lot of equations, but if you read the paper that he co-authored with Emmanuel Saez, who I kind of prefer reading, like Emmanuel Saez, not that specific paper, there's math, and Piketty is, believe me, Piketty is good at math, even if all you've read of him is capital and you just see that like R less than, or R, is it R greater than G? I don't know. I've got it in my stack somewhere. I haven't read it yet. But like, he's sharp. So in terms of economic theory, you need math for that. You also need math to understand the statistical part, because the fact of the matter is that theory should be confronted with evidence, and econometrics is where you're going to actually sort of take this stuff and look at the real world. So the fact of the matter is that I was really pushing up against the fact that I had a subject that I knew I really liked, and I had a background which gave every indication and suggested that I was not appropriate for it. What I learned in university is that once you get past probably like calculus 1 and 2, you start seeing into the matrix, to make a terrible unintended pun. Like, once you actually start getting into sort of proofs and stuff like that, math ceases to be a bunch of sort of seemingly arbitrary rules that you need to learn, and God help you if you don't know them properly. It's really hard to say, because I know a lot of people don't see themselves as math people. But let me just say, like, I know what it is like to feel like math is just this impossible subject that only some people have been given. And if you give yourself the chance, if you let yourself kind of get past the bad teachers who convinced you that math was not for you, and if you just instead say, like, if you remembering that, like, math is basically, it's just kind of following a chain of thinking. It's, it's solving a puzzle. It's having a discussion with a really smart person, however you want to think about it. And by the way, I've met people who, say that they have synesthesia. I can't remember if it was Kurt Gödel or Ludwig Wittgenstein. Either way, two people who were really good at math. Like, they were mathematicians. I'm pretty sure it's one of those guys had every indication of being someone who had synesthesia and looked at numbers, completely unlike the way that maybe you and I would. But yeah, the big thing here is that if you can follow the sort of reasoning that says, if it's raining out, I will carry an umbrella, and then understand why you don't actually need to see me when you look out the window and see that it's raining to know that I'm holding an umbrella. Like, if you can work through why knowing that condition will mean that I am inevitably holding an umbrella when you eventually see me, you basically have what you need to be okay at math. In fact, I would argue you have what you need to be good at math. The catch is that sometimes it is a hard-won bit of knowledge, because nobody likes mathematical notation. I've known some very good mathematicians, and they don't get happy when they see a page of just equations. Usually it's equation and then some exposition on it, and so on and so forth. But I think one of the challenges is that the types of people who wind up becoming math professors are not necessarily, they're people who kind of found it easy no matter what. And it is very difficult to sometimes find math professors that will describe it in a way that gives you an opportunity to give you an opportunity to sort of see it. But I can assure you, like I said, it is a hard-won victory. I've never really felt I'm good at math, but one of the more rewarding things I've had happen is to actually crack the nut of a mathematical argument and see it for what it is, and to finally be able to see for myself why people call math beautiful is one of the most satisfying experiences I've had. It's a little bit like when you're playing Cultist Simulator and you finally get that next step closer towards the Enlightenment, and you get that little rush from having done it. It's a bit like that. And I can tell you with a fairly high degree of certainty, no matter how bad you thought you were, no matter how many limitations you think you have, I think if you can follow a cookbook, you should be able to get through math if you want to. And personally, I actually think that math can be a very enriching subject. And it's really such a shame that we don't have better instruction, because it is... I don't do a ton of math for fun, but I am obviously now the sort of person who does buy math textbooks, when he doesn't have a course to study for. And it's definitely, it's probably the biggest distance between something that I thought I was terrible at, to something that I felt, I felt a real sense of kind of accomplishment or reward for finishing. So anyways, I'm sorry, I kind of moved over. So Pippin, would that have been integral calculus? And when you say you were suffering, was that just like you had a heavy course load, or just like that was not a... I know some of the introductory calculus courses can sometimes be something where people get weeded out. I know Calc 3 is a really big one for that at my university. Like they start the class basically at the crack of dawn, and it's just like getting beaten with clubs for hours. All right, Carlos Garcia Sauri, the ecstatic mystic of the Pyrenees, was known to recite this in 3 languages. Oops. Though he had never visited the subcontinent, the known unknown Tantra. I don't think I convinced anybody that math is worth taking, but it is. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. I just tabbed out of my window unintentionally. Okay, I haven't gotten blown up yet. By the way, I do apologize. I know there's a lot of chat going on in there, but I'm trying to go a little. Over time on here to make some progress in the game. So again, I'm not indifferent to the discussion that's going on. I'm just trying to be a little more selective in terms of what I respond to. So if you had something you wanted me to reply to, feel free to ping me in chat. I don't mind that at all. Dordock says you have a policy analysis class this semester that starts at 8:15 and goes to 10:45 p.m. Considering dropping it. I mean, I don't actually do policy analysis what I do in what I do, but I do interact with policy analysts a lot, and I think it's kind of cool. But man, 8:15 start, that would be tough. For me at least, anyway. It was integral calc, it was a half semester, and you just didn't have the time to bring your grades up enough to pass. Going to retake it come spring. I have absolutely done that with some courses. Like, I mean, I'm sorry to flog the math so much. The dead draw back, their almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. I have definitely had some math courses where, like, I want to get it all done. But I sort of know that if I overdo it, I'm really going to struggle. So there's definitely been some times where I've sort of been signed into things and it's really clear that I'm not going to be able to deliver. So I bowed out. And again, I've actually known at least one guy who seemingly could solve anything that was put in front of him. Like I was always amazed by his ability to just make mincemeat out of any problem put in front of him. But like I've always had to work really hard to get that stuff. So I've always, you know, I've never let my eyes get bigger than my stomach when it comes to math in school, because I know that's just a fast way to feel really frustrated. I'll admit, I always struggled with early classes, but even now, like in terms of working, I actually find it very hard to get into work at an earlier time. I seem to have become more of an evening person than I was before, although I did also move like 3 hours ahead. Will almost certainly shatter this warded door. Also, you think you accidentally killed Sin? I'm sure she'll speak up if she has something to add. 6 a.m. Gonna catch some sleep. Bye, System Chalk. Bye, chat. Have a good time zone appropriate thing. You have absolutely no idea what'll happen in game today. Oh, what happened in game? Yeah, I did a very bad job of explaining it. I'm sorry, Ego Karen. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a good evening. And I'm sorry I didn't respond to everything that you had in there, but I really do appreciate you being very active inside a chat, because obviously Sungif got a lot out of it. I got a lot out of it, although I didn't necessarily respond to all of it. And I'm always very grateful when people, you know, when people are active participants in chat. All right, just curious because I know like every early class is in the campus that's 1 hour away. I had a 3-hour commute. Was it 3? 3 hour total, an hour and a half each way. To get to campus, so that kind of colored my experience as well. I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door of the great space above the orchard, and the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted a river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. Let's get rid of that fascination right away. And I think I'm still going to leave the talk verb open until I have a better idea of what I'm going to do. So we do have the season of ambitions coming up. I will have the Furious Tantra translated in just a minute. Alright, so we can move this around a little bit. Iron book, silver book, ivory book. Only thing I'll do different is I will start with how the end will begin. Yeah, Dordox, I mean, I think you raise actually a really good point, which is I think if I had gone to university, like, so if I, instead of going into film, I went to university, probably would have been a bit of a punk and I wouldn't have got as much out of it as I did after sort of working in a career for a little bit. So that's personal to me. But I think for some people, there is a time when when it'll work well. I'm not 100% one of those people who says, not everyone needs to go to university. Like, so need is a strong statement, obviously. I can see why some people, other than financial reasons, wouldn't necessarily want to go. I think it can be something that enhances people's lives, and it doesn't just have to be a job thing, but obviously dedicating that amount of time towards something that you personally don't see the value in, I'm not entirely sure anybody's really being served by. Obviously there's the whole job prospect thing, but that's another matter. Like, I think there are other ways that you could try and get work. Ooh, I didn't know that this was turning into a commission for Sin. This is exciting. Well, possible commission, obviously. Estimate's another thing, but... Contemplating going back to university at 42 and as a pensioner, but for most of your life, university has never been relevant to you. Yeah, well, there was... Tom Nichols had to address something about, like, the Harvard Extended Program or something like that. Like, again, so... Like, for me to do what I do, I basically need a piece of paper from a... do you need a link to the Discord? I can get you one real quick. Any of you who want the Discord, there's a link. Yeah, so for me to do what I do, I need basically a school to say, hey, this guy's got a master in economics. Here is a reasonable, and that kind of says, here's a reasonable expectation you can have in terms of what they know or how they're going to be able to do a certain set of tasks or whatever. Not every job is like that. And I will be honest with you, that is not the only reason I went to university. And specifically, so like all that I have are the econ degrees, bachelor's, honors econ, and then master of economics. But when I was there, I was a research assistant in classics, and I was a teaching assistant in computer science, and I obviously got those jobs because I took courses in that. I did a few different English courses. I really enjoyed doing my English literature. I mean, I already liked Paradise Lost. I liked Paradise Lost even more after doing an additional course in it. Pre-Socratic philosophy is pretty cool. Hellenistic philosophy is pretty cool. I kind of wanted to do a political philosophy course, but unfortunately I didn't have the time. Did logic, did mathematics. I mean, mathematics I was kind of compelled to. But there were some math courses that I took that weren't necessarily prerequisites. And then obviously being in an environment where people are learning these things, this also one thing I really like about libraries, and one thing I'm not as happy about in terms of Ottawa's libraries, is that because in Vancouver, whether you go to the public library or you go to a university library, walking through the library looking for a book gives you these opportunities to see, it's like going to Morelands, right? You don't have the book that you want to buy from Morelands. You go through the shelves and you pick up something not exactly at random, but as good as random. And so the fact that I had to search for a book in the stacks meant that I was exposed to all of these other potential books. So I found a couple of interesting, like Cambridge Companions, or I found a Philip Bobbitt book called The Shield of Achilles, which seemed kind of interesting, and it turned out it had nothing to do with the Iliad, Well, okay, well, it can't have nothing to do with the Iliad, but like it was not a commentary on the Iliad. It was it's a political book. So none of that stuff has anything to do with getting a piece of paper that gets me a job. And all of that has to do with being in an environment where you feel like you are able to engage with ideas in a way that maybe you wouldn't necessarily do. You wouldn't necessarily do that on your own, or at least you would benefit from sort of having the structure of a course. And I don't know, like, to me, I think that's kind of the intangible benefit of going to university. But again, I also kind of accept that it's not for everyone. I benefited tremendously from it. And I think if that's an option that's available to you, it's one I would always want to encourage someone for the benefit of doing that, having that experience. But I mean, again, other people, learn in their own way. I mean, especially if you're the sort of person who just feels like you can do really well with independent study and you can give yourself that discipline to get through like the hard stuff without a test, certainly no need to spend the money for it. I just sort of know I wouldn't be able to do. Dordoc says you love political philosophy course you took and you're digging your ancient philosophy class right now. They let you into the stacks. You used to work as a public librarian in stacks and shelving. Having customer walking around your shelves would giving you a panic attack. Well, I mean, again, I carried the benefit of like being in really early, and like, so when I started like being an RA or a TA or something, this first it opened a door a little way, and then it opened a little bit wider, and then a little bit wider, and then you get to know someone, then you get to know someone else, then you help out with a few other things. So yeah, it's not like I just sort of like walked in and didn't do it, but yeah. Hopefully I did not cause any alarms. They seemed fine with it at the time, but anyways. But yeah, I mean, political philosophy was one of those things where I knew I would feel comfortable enough with it on my own that I just picked up what seemed to be a very good textbook and moved on. But unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do it in school. The Encircling Tantra. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplas was attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His fate is recorded in an appendix, so no new information there. The Encircling Tantra speaks of the Serpent Gate, that hungry portal sometimes known as the Spider's Door, which is sacred to the Mother of Ants and through which the great hooded princes pass. We'll try the Stag Door again, despite my better judgment. There's actually really no reason for me to do that, but will he pick up the notoriety? Haha, the day is mine. Okay, the whispering of the dead is quiet, but another sound echoes in the mausoleum. A faint descending howl, like metal tearing in the hull of a ship, dropping in pitch until it churns our bones. It could almost be the wind, but it is not. We should not stay long here. The chill in the air deepens until our skin crisps with ice. At the core of the mausoleum is a white marble bowl upon a granite plinth. It is filled with snow whose touch burns the skin, and buried in it, items of note. Were they concealed here, or were they offerings? Nothing beside remains. So we'll put Laidlaw back where they need to go. Obviously we've got notoriety because the game hates me. Kindly-faced woman who is silent, percussivant, Callagine, and what did we get? So we've got wolf snow, far too cold to ever melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. A Second Glory, a work by Jusei, a priest and hermit scholar. Now this is Deep Mandiac, so this is the other language that I can't translate yet. Another wolf snow. 3 wolf snow, right. As the sun his course, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes toll-keeper, wrote an epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. And the Velshorn inscriptions, hundreds of matching lines in Greek and Frisian poetry copied from a wall, similar or identical to the inscriptions of Cal Velshorn discovered in Halicarnassus. If you speak Greek, you can use this as a key to Frisian. So, nice thing about that is I'm going to have, it's going to be back to only having one language I can't translate yet. So, hey, that's lovely, Sungif. And Sin, I'm glad that you stopped by today, and for more than one reason. Also, we gotta have a chat about those Catholic girls. By the way, Chalk, have you ever played a little indie game called Conarium? I don't even think I've heard of Conarium. Let me just take a quick look and see if I can find it. It's a chilling Lovecraftian game which follows a gripping story involving 4 scientists in their endeavor to challenge what we normally consider to be the absolute limits of nature, inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's novella At the Mountains of Madness, but largely set after the original story. Mostly positive on Steam, $21.99, and published by Iceberg Interactive, it looks like. Neat. Zoetrope Interactive? Is that affiliated at all with, That can't be a Coppola thing. They'd be like putting Coppola's name all over it. No, so I'm not familiar with it, but looks really interesting. Alright, the rending mountains stand between us and the observatory. The door will be sealed and barred against us. The visions we find may tear our senses. Oh, I should also say, the Eye of Ikirmawi. We have read of a sultan who, 800 years ago, could sleep only beneath the stars. He ordered the construction of this observatory so that the stars could be accurately depicted on the ceiling of his bedchamber. Regrettably, the stars they saw were not safe for the unprotected human mind. The sultan's successor ordered the observatory sealed. I'm gonna try and get through the Hunter's Bits and the Snowkeeper, but I am now an hour over. More than an hour over. And I do have work in the morning, so I may have to pull back. But like I said, because so much of the stream was me not really. It's not just that I didn't cover stuff. Sometimes I don't make as much progress in the game, and that's just something that happens, but I think because I didn't have a lot to really contribute on the other topics, I think it just kind of wound up being me babbling for a bit to the benefit of no one, and I always feel a little bad on those ones, so... Okay, so the high passes seems like a good argument for winter again. The Fifth Eye Curse, we need Heart or Winters to suppress this curse. Well, we've got a Heart or Winter person and then Forge or Knock, so it's basically the same pattern. So a Gaunt Woman Who Is Silent will take us through the first 2. We add funds for the next one, and then Forge to get us all the way through. So, oh, I'm glad the talk on math was a benefit. The Consent of Wounds. The Tantra includes an invocation, but cautions helpfully that the invocation is of sufficient power to reach the Serpent Gate from the Hunter's Gate. A road which has no destination is itself a destination, it added helpfully. So the Known Unknown Tantra. And looks like there isn't any new information in that text, so... But there is in the reading. So the Known Unknown Tantra describes a journey to the white door of the Mansus, beyond which speech ceases. It describes a mantra which can be used at the right place and time to achieve that door. So this is pretty clear in terms of if you haven't already figured out the ways through the Mansus, there's a number of tantras that will help you out. The Course on the Heart. Whenever the principle of heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. I also need to put that in a better location. Fingers crossed on the Painted River. Yeah, erudition could be worse. The Painted River runs from the Great Chamber near the White Door far through the Mansus to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. Okay, I think I'm going to leave Dream alone for a little while, at least until I can bring some bodies for the spider door or some mirrors for the peacock door. Season of Suspicion's up, but we've already got that going on. Excuse me. So I'm not too hopeful that I'll be able to dodge the notoriety here, but the one-line pitch is the expedition sent to follow up on the findings of the Dyer expedition, the one at the mountain. Okay. I don't know, like, I know Lovecraft has always been a thing that games like to cover, but it feels like there have been a number of sort of visually impressive Lovecraft stories to come out recently. So I think there was that Call of Cthulhu game, available on the Epic Store, by the way. Like it's a Sinking City. And then there's that one. And then, of course, on top of that, there's sort of Lovecraft adjacent or sort of following in the spirit of style games, which might maybe have a little bit more of an indie aesthetic, but it's been kind of neat. I kind of wonder what inspires that sort of stuff. It's like when you know, suddenly every restaurant is like serving some form of avocado. It's like, what caused the avocado renaissance? You know, I always kind of wonder what specifically causes all of these projects to sort of seem to come up at roughly the same time, but I'm always happy to have them. So Conarium looks pretty good for a no-budget indie. It's the first-person non-violent detective deal in the... Oh, interesting. The unmerciful mantra, mercy, saith the watchman, is found only in shadow. I didn't pick that up from the description, so thanks for that clarification. The Twin Serpent Tantra. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of the Snake Princes on world affairs. This text is called the Twin Serpent Tantra, was his primary inspiration. The Tantra describes the Great Hooded Princes, a dynasty of unclear origin, engaging in prayers, sacrifices, and poetry in honor of the Key Serpent, the Crossroads Twins, and the Mirror Queen. Nagai encircles, Nagai arises from wounds. Nagai spares those who are already harmed. Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. All right, so I'm going to add funds, and then we'll add... So there's actually a specific reason why I do it in this order. So obviously, if you play the odds, you know, 2 events that will work with winter is already a really nice advantage. But more importantly, if it's read left to right, which is the way I think it is, it means that I have sort of the minimum number of followers who can potentially be harmed by one of these things going wrong in the expedition until I actually need to use them. So that's kind of the reason why I've done these last 2 by bringing in the woman formerly known as Eau Claire to sort of handle it. I am sort of tempted to convert this restlessness out, but I'm gonna risk one more. Yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna flip these 2 around. So I'm gonna have a fresh restlessness to put in the medium job, and then I'm gonna take that restlessness that's about to expire and give that to Miss Nania to turn into a fleeting reminiscence. But yeah, anyway, so the idea here is just minimize. I mean, I have sort of a maximum number of Forge disciples. If it really comes down to it, I can actually just bring the practical disciple in because I just need the 2. but it's basically to minimize the risk of people people getting harmed. Oh, nope. In this case, we do actually need to run up against the door, so let's just throw Valsine in. We'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. All right, the Twin Serpent Tantra. The Great Hooded Princes are described as having escaped from the history of their death to a history where they yet live. The text claims that there are now 108 of them, but in one of many instances of twinnedness, before they crossed from their death chronicle, there were only 54. So we have the Menascate Invocation, which we don't seem to have inside already. When the moon's face was wounded, these words appeared. And we have another copy of the Rite of the Mother's Mercy, so that kind of goes away. So, the Furious Tantra, as later transcribed from the medium and pyrotechnician Jacob Oliver Top Mugglestone. Tradition has it that he found it seared in the bark of an oak by lightning. Call of Cthulhu and The Sinking City are both significantly newer games, and Sinking City owes its existence to great upheaval at the call of Dev, who fired half the studio and drastically changed the original design document. Sinking City is basically as close to the original vision of Call of Cthulhu as we can get without getting sued. I had no idea it was that dramatic. I'm really glad that they were able to realize their game, though, because it seems that people were rather interested in Sinking City. Sunken City. Is it Sinking City or Sunken City? I don't think it matters. All right, let's chat with Miss Nania about the restlessness, just to avoid that turning into dread. So we're going to get another graveyard mouth. Oh, we're already up to 3. I'm going to hold fast on this, but I need to be careful. Once I get to 5, again, the possibility of getting 2 restlessness back to back is too high for me to be willing to tolerate it. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. There are theoretically things that I could try and do to like get the desire away, but it's kind of a nuisance to do that, and in the end, I mean, getting the graveyard is not the hardest thing to do in the game. You just need to figure out the right timing. The thing that'll make it harder is just to make sure that the Callagine and crew are around when I need them. I could have used that vitality, and I just had it in the wrong spot. This is one of the reasons why my board is particularly orderly, because when I mess around with it basically when I have it in the wrong spots, I never pay attention to what I'm supposed to be using as an input. Still, we have enough money, so I'm not too sad about it. Okay, the full moon appears, creatures are reborn, and even a lizard should not be slain, for it could be you. Alright, so another operation of the Labite, and we've got the Rite of the Revel Striving. This rite enacts a teaching of the Forge of Days. The artisan may achieve their highest goal only by destroying their most precious tool. The Lionsmith knew this when he shattered his sword before the Colonel, so my assistant must destroy a chosen instrument. Okay. Let's do, as promised, how the end will begin. A book of bleak prophecy. So I have another vitality coming up for when I need it. So I want to be careful with the dedication remembrance now. This particularly means to be... the Elegist knows what is already lost. His power will almost certainly protect us. So basically I want to be particularly careful on the seasons. Another vitality. All right. I don't think I'm going to be able to use any of it, but I'm happy about it. I vaguely remember the answer being no, but do you play any tabletop RPGs? Not really. I've played them in the past, but I find it very difficult to find groups to play with. So the curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. That doesn't mean that I'm opposed to it, though. I actually think tabletop is a really exciting way to play games because it gives you a certain degree of freedom that isn't necessarily realized in terms of PC gaming yet. But again, I sometimes find it difficult to get a group that I click with. I've probably played Shadowrun the most, and then a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons, but nothing too substantial. All right, a prophecy of the Wars of the Roads recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. So ideally, I have some kind of an answer in terms of how to deal with the dread that emerges. I'm not actually going to be painting anytime soon, so let's translate the Velshorn inscriptions. I'm giving myself the option for reading how the end will begin. I'm also giving myself the option for the things like the translating the Book of Thrones and whatnot. So the idea here is that I've translated the how the end will begin, and I'm getting ready for a time when I know that there's going to be a contentment that comes up. In some ways, both games are reasonably faithful to the mythos. They use elements of the first generation of the mythos and use them pretty faithfully. But at the same time, mythos stories don't really seem to have occurred in universes of games. They basically take disconnected elements of the mythos. Both games have you successfully and repeatedly use violence against mythos elements. So I suppose in this case, the implication I'm getting, that is such a shame about that notoriety, by the way. I think the implication I'm sort of getting from you is that an Amnesia sort of a take would be something you'd kind of prefer. Okay. So just as well we didn't read the scary book. It is mildly tempting to send Saliba out to get someone so we can go through the spider door again, but I should probably deal with the evidence before I do that. If I was feeling very confident, I could, of course, try reading How the End Will Begin now and say that we won't get hit by another season of despair, but I think that's actually maybe a little too optimistic. An epic and noticeably erotic poem soon, describing a rash musician's couplings with an eventual flaying by the Red Mother in both Greek and Frisian. The intrepid Cal Velshorn found these inscriptions on a temple wall in Halicarnassus, but the same inscription has turned up in a surprising number of other places. If you speak Greek, you can use this to learn Frisian. Well, I've already done the Greek part, so nothing wrong with a bit of aggro, but it really flies in the face of the whole cosmic horror thing if you can solve those kinds of problems with a sawed-off shotgun. Fair enough. I kind of see what you're saying. I mean, I think I haven't actually played this yet, but I am told that Alien Isolation does a good job of kind of walking that line, because obviously Amnesia and Outlast take the view that you basically don't have the option of using violence, which I think is a way you can go. I have some friends who are a little less enthusiastic about Amnesia than I am. I think Amnesia is actually a fairly decent game, but you know, that's for me. But I do think there's something really effective about the fact that apparently you can attack things in Alien Isolation, and you sort of take your life into your own hands if you do that. I don't know if there's a combat solution for the alien, but I actually really like this idea that you build up this idea that you can in fact sort of play it as a traditional shooter, for lack of a better term. That's probably a little stronger than what I want to say, but basically that you are actually capable of defending yourself in certain circumstances, but that is not necessarily how you want to handle the alien, because that's kind of consistent with, the films. The Marines are not the people who are able to take down the Queen. Ripley does, spoiler alert, but I don't know, like it's obviously a last resort as opposed to being like clearly the people who think that they can just run in and shoot the aliens are the ones who immediately die in the movie. So okay, let's see the goodies that we got. Also, the Great Telescope is rusted and fallen from the dome. The lenses have cracked, but the pale lights rotate slowly above the floor, like lamps held aloft by dancers. Perhaps they imitate the procession of heavenly bodies. Perhaps their motion mourns the passing of the sun. The chief of the astronomers who dwelt here must have been a practitioner of the invisible arts. In a cedar wood box in his quarters, lying beneath the decaying bed, we found what we sought. The Larkabine Codex. So this is one in Frisian. So I gotta mess the... Okay, the sun is his core. There we go. Cracked Watchman's Glass. So this will be helpful in future, but not quite yet. I'll just keep the mirrors all together. The Book of Masks, another Frisian text, so... And a consecrated lintel. This is the skull of a door through which power has passed, so 8 knock is definitely not bad, seeing as that will be replacing the icon of Saint Agnes, I think was my highest knock tool. Yes, it was. Still holding out for an edge pigment and a knock pigment for my last 2 paintings, but all right, let's see the Hunter's Pits. We'll at least start the Hunter's Pits. I don't know if I can finish them, though. The Terran tribes enlarged this cave system, digging shafts, preparing traps. It may have been a place of execution or a proving ground. In either case, it's sacred, and the tribes don't want us here. If we survive them, there is still one more terror in the cramped tunnels. You know what? I actually don't feel comfortable with this. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to have the Callagine and Krigusigan talk. Steel Series update. We're gonna raid a cemetery first. Problem I have is that expeditions are not short, and the possibility of winding up with 3 more sort of seasons of ambitions is a little bit higher than what I would like to. That's just a level of risk that I'm actually not quite ready to deal with yet, so. Okay, so I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues, so that's a little bit of luck there. I'm gonna do the same trick that I normally do. We're gonna use a painting in this case. I'm actually gonna really hammer home the notoriety on this one. Going to take advantage of the restlessness. This will mean that the restlessness that I put into the medium job is actually going to have a lower timer than the one that I'm getting rid of, but it's just a chance to make a little extra money. I found a promising burial ground. So, of course, the drawback is I don't have any summons that I can send to the cemetery, but I don't need them to be summons. I can always get the Silent Disciple. Stealthy excavations by the soft light of a hooded lantern. So, of course, this means I'm going to be putting my translation efforts on hold for the next little bit, but could be worse. Something about this language stirs the blood. Perhaps it is fortunate that none now remember that none now remembers its lost sounds. The Frisians worship the Great Mother, who we call the Grail. Theirs was the land in which the Sisterhood of the Knot was born, and this is the tongue in which the Thunderskin pleaded at his ascension. So we've become a smart cookie, is what it's saying. Oh, yeah, so every once in a while, my computer decides that, 1 in the morning is the perfect time to have an update. I kind of feel like I should be doing more with Dream right now, but I just honestly, now that the threat of detection is gone, it's a little bit easier to sort of say, okay, well, we'll start kidnapping people again. But there's always going to be another excuse for me not to kidnap people for the spider door. And to be honest, the spider door there was that one time with the curse where the spider door gave me what I wanted. Other than that, it's actually been kind of disappointing in terms of its returns. So again, it's something where you basically have to take on a notoriety, and what you potentially wind up with is an influence which, depending on your circumstances, may or may not be helpful to you. So it's a personal kind of quote-unquote preference, but I'll admit I should have thought about this a little bit. It actually would have not have been a bad idea for me to do When the End Will Begin because of the contentment, but I don't have a way of preserving that contentment long enough to get it done. Oh well. Anyways, yeah, in my view, this it's not an accident that I go through the spider door a lot less. It's because I think the trade-off in terms of reputation relative to what you actually pick out of any given run through the Mansis is not worth it. If you consider the alternative, the repairing a mirror is mildly inconvenient. Obviously, doing commissions instead of working at your normal job will mean that you have less money, but it's not the most burdensome thing that you'll do in the game. Generating notoriety, especially when you're going on expeditions and whatnot, really can be one of those things that you get hurt by. So, for my own part, I've not quite been able to work the spider door into the same kinds of loops where, it's a little bit of a special event to go through the peacock door, sure. But I generally sort of feel like I'm not actively setting myself back by going through the peacock door, even though obviously there's a really high chance that you wind up with dread in certain parts of it. Just as a whole, I feel like the trade-off in the form of the peacock door is a little bit more favorable. I think it's also I think it's kind of a matter of public record that I am extremely risk averse in this game too. So it's, take that with a grain of salt. Okay, so we should be down to 2 Graveyard Mouth when this is done. Then it'll be, so we need... Just want to double check this. So 2, after consuming this one, so I want one more run on picking up a human corpse. So, formula, remembrance, human corpse, take something menacing. These will all be for Miss Nania. So what's going to happen, this is going to be empty for a little while. It's tempting to try and... I think I might actually do the Vagabond map while I'm at it. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. Looks like we might wind up with another graveyard mouth, I think. Yeah, actually, you know what? That's not a terrible thing for me to do. So knowing that we're gonna get the Season of Ambitions coming by again, I'm going to take the opportunity to use the Vagabonds map and to get the next couple of locations out of this, and then we'll just resume this batch of... What am I doing? We'll resume this batch of expeditions to make the most out of the Percussagant and the Callagine. I could try and... I mean, I might be able to twist it around where I don't have to worry about the... It may actually be that this thing hits... Okay, so... You know what, there's still a really good argument for me doing... Yep, I changed my mind. So... We'll keep the cemetery around just in case. So, human corpse is going to hang around for a little bit. We're going to let this thing go down to 29 seconds. Okay. So, oh nope, that's not gonna work. Yeah, never mind. I'm just gonna let the dedication remembrance. Oh, actually, maybe. I think there might be a way I make it so that we dodge getting the graveyard mouth, but I honestly don't think it's worth it. So, we've still got a fresh cemetery, so we might as well just make the most of it. Oh, but I can at least take advantage of things like the Vagabonds map. So that's going to be 2 minutes of exploration, and then however long it takes me to deal with my... However long it takes me to deal with the Season of Ambitions and whatnot. I should probably just stop streaming because I'm losing my ability to speak. So yeah, the original plan here was this would pop up. Now it's 10 seconds. So I suppose if I was patient, I could have made it so that this thing would have been in the study verb while... This thing would have been in the study verb while the Season of Ambitions ticked by. At this point, I think it makes as much sense. We'll just wait for this thing to tick down, and then I'll send my minion off to pick up another snack. It also generates mystique, so that'll help me get rid of this notoriety. So there's, there are worse things that you can do than follow those urges. Only thing is I want to make sure that I'm able to send these to Miss Nania before too long. So the real question is whether or not I wanted to use another Vagabond map. I think the answer is no to that because the Season of Ambitions should finish up relatively soon. Temple of the Seven Coils. But what I will do... Is this Lone and Level Sam? This is Rending Mountains. I messed up. I still need to finish my Unresolved Ambiguities, actually. That changes things. Okay, Cemetery's still the... You don't think you've ever gotten the last two doors? You mean the Spider Door and the Peacock Door? We actually just finished reading the books that if you haven't figured it out on your own, there's actually... If you read the texts carefully, they basically tell you how you can progress through the Mansis. But the trick is that most of the time that I've read those books, I've actually already found my way there. So it's kind of funny, but it's funny that you mentioned that, just because I know for a fact we read at least 2 of them during the broadcast. I sometimes point out that those are the solutions, but I don't want to just tell people how to play the game. So I this time I didn't actually make it explicit, saying it's like, hey, that's how you get past the door. Okay, Silent Disciple. We'll get ourselves another body to do the dedication remembrance with. And apparently, I lost track. So hang on. Land Beyond the Forest. Rending Mountains. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. This messes a little bit with my plan, just because I like to have all my options like in a row. But we'll do the Unresolved Ambiguity, then the Vagabond's Map. We'll see if the Forbidden Epic tells me anything new. Or sorry, if the Forbidden Epic... Okay, if we'll upgrade the Forbidden Epic to an Unresolved Ambiguity. If this Unresolved Ambiguity is the repeated location, then I'm just going to wait for the Unresolved Ambiguity, and we'll upgrade it to a Vagabond's Map eventually. But my priority is to finish these locations, not start the Lone and Level Sands. These 2 folks are going to continue their chats. I should be using my study verb right now. Season of Visions is coming up. What do I want to start translating? I think I'm going to try for the stuff that's like... There's no reason for me to actually do it this way, but... I'm just doing the stuff that, like, I'm going language by language. So the Aramaic stack we almost finished. Okay, so this is a Season of Ardors. Now, this would have been a perfect time for me to crack open How the End Will Begin. Unfortunately, oh yeah, I've really messed this up. So I've got a corpse. This is why the study verb was open. We've got a corpse which potentially the Suppression Bureau is not going to take too kindly to. It's painting time. This time I'm just going to throw 3 passion in, because I want to minimize the chance of them picking up the corpse. Tierney Michaela says, you've been meaning to play this game, but it looks way more complicated than you thought it was. So you ended up needing them for your Lantern Victory. You haven't started a new playthrough since failing your Apostle game. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So Tierney Michaela, it's the thing is that I'm getting close to the end game, so the number of cards on the table is a lot more intimidating than what you actually deal with. The thing that's nice about this game is that, welcome, by the way, it's always nice to see you. I'm almost 2 hours overtime now, so just a heads up, I'm not going to be doing this for too much longer. Of course, I always say that, and I always wind up going for like another hour every time I say that, but the thing that's really interesting about this game is the first thing you start off with is the work verb. And once you're given 1 card and the work verb, and you build this relationship of take card, put it in slot, hit the start button, and let it run. And then once that's done, you unlock, I think it's the explore verb. Anyways, like, these verbs sort of unlock one at a time, and you start with a very small number of objects that you can work with. And the game, part of the game is like the process of, like, learning the game is playing the game, sort of. As I'm fond of saying, there's no Founding Cults for Dummies book in the real world, and it doesn't exist in this world either. And so, to me, that's kind of the big appeal of this title, is the fact that I'm actually going to wait the 17 seconds to make sure that this corpse doesn't get picked up by the Suppression Bureau. But it's... The game doesn't hold your hand. It's definitely a tougher one. But it is also a little bit more forgiving than I think it gets credit. Okay, thank the maker. So we'll take the unresolved ambiguity. The rending mountains, it has been said, tear the flesh of history. It has generally only been said by people like Christopher Alopoli, but still they are a good region to find the places that daylight history does not recognize. You can also win some victories a fair bit earlier than this by playing riskily. Yeah, I mean, I am definitely not the sort of person you should watch for fast victories, because I am extremely conservative in my play. But I'm not sure that's the worst trait in the world to have either. So, okay, so it's gonna get a little tight for me in terms of my summons. So I've prepared the text for study as the sun has its course. So we've kind of given up on being able to get the contentment. So we will take the formula, the dedication, and the human corpse. We're doing this to get rid of the graveyard mouth. I will also mention, Tierney, Michaela, this is also the ghoul playthrough, so this is the medium setup. So this is DLC. This is like the last DLC that was made for the game, and it definitely is built with the assumption that people are familiar with the basics of Cultist Simulator. So this whole thing about, like, this graveyard mouth trait that I'm talking about here, like, this is something that was introduced specifically for the ghoul playthrough and is a unique mechanic to that. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm eating a body to make sure that I, you know, something bad doesn't happen to me. I think I am going to talk with Miss Nania about something joyful, but it does mean that the Callagine and the Percussagant are sort of just going to decay on their own, and I don't feel too happy about that, to be honest. Miss Nania's eyes are warm. It's going to be 42 seconds while these guys tick down. There's the contentment, which we would have used to deal with the despair, but unfortunately circumstances turned against us. I'm eating bodies to make sure nothing bad happens to you. Of course, yeah. This game does a wonderful job of making you say wonderful things like that. All right, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Now, it looks like I put too much passion in, because I do have a fascination to deal with. Fortunately, I have other other ways of dealing with it. So, start glimmering. So we only got 2 funds off of that. So in this case, we'll just double up the fascination with the fleeting reminiscence. That seems to be the easiest answer for me here. Let's keep doing the reputation as a medium to drown the notoriety and mystique. So one of the things I'm dealing with here is the fact that I have a hunter who's investigating me right now. So if they take up a notoriety, they might make some evidence, but we have a bunch of mystique, which is... It encourages the sort of the detective to keep looking, but it isn't enough to convict on its own, and so I'm kind of trying to keep them off the scent until the real evidence goes away. So in 8 seconds, we'll be able to go back to the Rending Mountains. Callagine and Pregusigant are not going to be around for too much longer. So I definitely couldn't afford to do another, like, I couldn't afford to take a look at this last Vagabonds map. But I don't feel so bad about it because obviously this is a whole other location. Study-wise, though, I can read a book or I can translate a book. Okay, I'm going to give up caution and just say we'll read How the End Will Begin, a prophecy of the Wars of the Roads recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. In the foretold war, the children of the Leashed Flame march on the cities of the continent, but the enactors of Solar Law and the Triple Sisterhood join forces to hold them back at tremendous cost. You really like the way the game eases you into melting people's brains out of their ears with rambling. That's in the defense of or maybe to take away some of the appeal of Cultist Simulator. I don't need Cultist Simulator to do that. Okay, we got lucky here. So the tombs of the Shadowless Kings. In a rearing outcrop of lion-colored rock, laborers carved tombs for the first kings of this land. Those kings had hoped to be immortal, and perhaps one of them is. The others lie among their trinkets. A hereditary order of guardians watches closely, so all of the Rending Mountains expeditions are done. Obviously, this is just one expedition for the Lone and Level Sands. We're going to need to find a bunch more with Vagabonds maps, which are not easy to come by, but we'll deal with that problem later. I've only got 18 seconds left on my Callagine, so as always, we will get them to take point. The Hunter's Pit, the trap labyrinths of the Tearing Tribes. We'll have to scale the mountains and battle our way through the tribes. After that, no doubt there will be something else. Oop, and let's chat with Miss Nania about something menacing. Cultists are on a time crunch. Indeed. I mean, with the Pounding Airs, I could probably at least summon the Pregusigant again, and I'm sure I'd be able to get enough out of the existing materials to do another summoning, but it's just easier for me to make the most out of what I already have. Maybe we can try summoning them again, sort of sacrificing them and resummoning them. And of course, it'd still be fun to do stuff like summoning King Crucible or Azim and all of that. I don't need Azim for Phrygia. Like, the only summon that I would need would be King Crucible to teach me Deep Mandiac, but... Ah yes, summon the who and the what. Maybe the better thing for me to say, Tierney Michaela, is if you need guidance or if you have any questions, please ask, because I'm going to speak gibberish for the next little while. If we got an icy atmosphere, that's going to turn into dread sooner than I would like, and unfortunately I don't really have anybody that I can upgrade now. Okay, expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, as before, the high passes, bleak and gray-green slopes lift the eye to distant snow-edged, sky-straining peaks. It'll be a devil of a job to find anything in there. Forge will sustain us, winter will shield us, so we will send a gaunt woman who is silent. The air is frosty, the candles gutter, the street sounds are hushed. Someone is here. Now, that won't help us with the Watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived, so in that case, we'll add the Moth. But the younger sister is here as well. That is the mother of Ants, born among the serpents. She has so very many younger sisters. It can be defeated in battle or will respond to a mother's power. So I really need to make sure that I'm on top of this, because it's unlikely that I'm going to be able to get all the cultists I need, plus the money that I need, unless I fill up all of the slots. But what I think I am going to do is I will add the money after a gaunt woman who is silent, and I'll basically be adding each of the followers as the expedition sort of moves on. Okay, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. Like, the problem that I have with this icy atmosphere is that I could try and work my way around it by, say, summoning a Maid in the Mirror, but in the end, if the Maid in the Mirror goes away, we still wind up with a situation where we're left with a winter influence. So it's probably better that I just take my lumps and, you know, and work through the icy atmosphere rather than say, you know, I'm going to run on this treadmill forever and the icy atmosphere will never catch up with me. Alright, in that battle between the imperishable legions and the leashed flame, the legions will perish and the flame will be unleashed. And we have the mysteries of force. The Colonel and the Lionsmith are gods who were flesh, but the Wolf Divided is a god who was blood. Cunning, strength, and agony are the three roots of victory, and here is their secret doctrine. I think that actually there's one more level before we get to the top one here, so this is blasphemy to put them all on the same rank, but I'm doing it. Yeah, it's 12 to 14, so we leapfrogged. And of course I've got the dread to deal with now. So in the worst case scenario, I can buy 1 drugs, and alternatively I think I'm just going to sit it out for the next little while. Hopefully something between something shameful and something joyful will give me contentment. But I'll wait for the game to actually indicate that there's danger coming up. As the sun has its course, Joel at the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, king of kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. The hour called the Madrigard is at home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. So here we'll add 1 funds now just to get ourselves where we need to go. Miss Nania says nothing, but I remember afterwards how her smile warmed me against the cold. So we don't actually need the vitality lesson learnt, but it'll hang around a little bit longer, which means that we'll be able to help. It'll help with any sickness that comes out. Let's chat with her about something shameful. That probably won't bring contentment, but hopefully something joyful will. Alright, dusty facts have come clear in my brain, at least, for now at least. Again, I don't really have any erudition because we're still using study for reading books. But erudition will be helpful when I start trying to turn forbidden epics into, unresolved ambiguities and eventually vagabond maps. So Season of Ambition's coming up next. That'll be Graveyard Mouth that comes up from that, but I don't need to worry. Again, that's not something that's going to hurt the dread, so we probably have 1 more minute before I need to worry about this particular dread. Miss Nania says nothing, but her mouth curves slowly, slowly. I realize that I have never seen her part her lips. This will probably be news to Tierney Michaela, but I should mention that Miss Nania is a painting, so that carries a slight... There's a little bit more implication there than might be apparent on a first viewing. Alright, Miss Nania and something joyful. Delight does not endure for long, but sometimes it endures longer than do we. Miss Nania's eyes are warm. Okay, made it through the mountains. Still doing okay for money and mystique. So in 44 seconds I have another dread to contend with, but we'll see whether or not that actually becomes dangerous or not. If we get a Season of Despair coming up, then we have 2 dread, and if we get the 3rd, we die. But I also have 1 I mean, 2 ticks of this timer, and we don't need to worry about one of the dread anymore, so we'll see. At dawn of the 4th day, Alexander announces the sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal, for, Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. So I have the colonel's names again, and the rite of rebel striving, which we already have in our inventory. So, I think I said I was going to try and translate the one... Oh no, I've already translated the one Aramaic book. So I got a ton of Frisian and a bit of Fusine. Am I really I think I'm going to try... I'm going to try and get my forge up a little bit. Because again, King Crucible can teach me Deep Mandiac. So, let's start translating. Oh, remember how I said I need to have everything ready to go? What I'm going to do here, so this is potentially risking one of these followers because we may not work against the Watchers. In this case, it says our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So I'm going to add Enid right now. That's going to set me up with Nock for the younger sister. So if we go against the younger sister next, then I add Neville right away. If it's against the Watchers, then we just add the extra moth that we need. So this is just giving me the diversity that I need for to handle either one of these situations. I, of course, always have the option of violence against the serpents, but I kind of want Abraham Van Eck to be somebody who doesn't necessarily use violence as a first resort. I've definitely played characters where it's nothing to just, you know, throw some edge at the problem and call it a day, but I didn't want this character to be that. And yes, I do have specific personalities for the people I play. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up, so it's looking like this dread is going to be less of a liability, but obviously until one of them goes away, I want to be on alert, and I of course don't have the option of buying opium to bring up contentment. Against the Watchers, a likely deception. Awake, awake, they're upon us, that way, quickly. Alright, Porter, do your thing. Look closer. Closer still? Closer. Keep looking. Closer. Now close your eyes. Okay, keep going to work. I mean, I don't really need to drown out the notoriety with Mystique anymore, but we know that there's going to be notoriety that comes from the expedition, so I'm just preparing for that. We've got the Graveyard Mouth again, but we don't need to worry until that gets to level 7, so we should be okay for a while. Prepared the text for study. I'm tempted to read this right away, but let's do the translations that I can. So the Silver Book is next. I'm kind of even in terms of needing Nock, Winter, or Grail, it looks like. I suppose technically Winter and Grail have less than Nock, but not enough for me to freak out. Alright, so this is unlucky because Season of Despair comes up in a minute, and obviously this dread will still be around. So, I am a little lucky in the sense that I am going to want to paint away my problems. So, 2 Mystique, 2 Passion, there's a Restlessness, and with luck, we'll generate contentment from the painting before the Season of Despair comes up. If we don't, that's a little less lucky, but... One way or the other, I know that the Old and Happy Far Off Things is going to generate Restlessness, and I can't have 2 Restlessness on the table at the time. Their bewilderment is our opportunity. We will pass in silent secrecy. So we have enough funds to get by. We'll add Neville to bring us the higher level knock, and with any luck, this means that the serpent will not trouble us. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. And then I think I did want to do more expeditions, but I think we'll leave it for now, because I'm now 2 hours over. I need to go to bed, and it's a reasonable enough place to finish it off. I just want to make sure that I don't set myself up for some disaster in terms of not having enough people on the expedition. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. Okay, the Silver Book is prepared for study. We will set ourselves up for translating the Ivory Book. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power that we bear. Our recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, certainly no shortage of mystique. Okay, glimmering. Hey, there's the contentment I was looking for. Passion, mystique. We did okay for funds. I mean, it's basically equivalent to what I would have gotten working as a medium, but we got rid of the restlessness, which was a threat, and we've now gotten rid of this dread just in time for the Season of Despair to come by. So I don't need to worry about this anymore. And that was actually very timely, because one of the worst combinations you can wind up with is, bleak thoughts, dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. If you have despair, this'll start gobbling them up, and you lose the game if you get 3 of them. Then there's Season of Visions, so that will gobble up the other thing called Fascination. Normally you can get rid of Fascination with Despair, but of course if the Despair gets taken up with these things, you have 2 things on the board that you can kill you, and you need to hope that none of the actions you take will generate Despair or Fascination. And sometimes you don't get to pick that. Sometimes you wind up with an influence that's, that gives you Fascination, or Winter will give you Dread. So if you read the wrong book and you don't know what the consequence is, you might wind up with one of those. So this was just a little bit of mitigation in this case. We know we won't have the Despair, so this thing's gonna sail by us pretty harmlessly. We don't know what'll happen with the Fascination. It could be that I generate some Fascination, but the thing is that because the Season of Despair will be going away, I can, there are ways of generating Despair, there are ways of generating Fleeting Reminiscences. We should be okay. So, let's see how the serpent goes, though. So, the serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in, its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power we bear. And we will save all the goodies for the beginning of next cast, because this is definitely a longer one. It lowers its great head, moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember of its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? And that, I think, is a decent night's work. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me, especially for those of you who are watching on YouTube. I do apologize for some of the digressions, which are maybe less edifying. This sometimes happens. Obviously, a lot has been going on in work, and sometimes I just want to talk and, even some of this out. I'm going to find somebody to host right now, but just a quick reminder, the Book of Hours has been delayed. This is official from Weather Factory now. Oh. Endors! As you can all see, Endors has got 26 months of subbing to this channel. Is actually has been forgetting to cancel his subscription for that long. Thank you very much, Endors. It's an absolute delight. I still remember the first time Endors came into this channel. I was playing Gods Will Be Watching, and I was playing Gods Will Be Watching to exactly 0 viewers before they came in. And it is extremely strange, for lack of a better term, to think about, basically to think about the fact that somebody has been watching me through that whole journey. Like, I did not have the microphone that I'm using right now. I was streaming on a Mac laptop. I had an upload of 512K. Endors is one of the few people in chat who understands what this command means. Oh. Yeah, Gods Will Be Watching is really wonderful, Tierney Michaela. Actually, Tierney Michaela is also somebody who's been with the stream for a while, but Endors has definitely been is one of the old guard. But it's funny too, because I've got a dedicated streaming PC. I've moved from Vancouver to Ottawa. I have a dedicated microphone now. I certainly have a better internet connection. And yet there are some things that are very similar. I have a dedicated Paradox Day now. I did the Red Strings Club, which is the follow-up to Gods Will Be Watching. So it's neat. It's one of the reasons I'm actually always really happy to see Endors, even if it didn't mean a sub. It's actually kind of fun to reflect on some of the ways the stream has changed, but some of the ways that some constants have remained. But anyways, thank you for such a lovely cap, Endors. Again, just a reminder, Book of Hours is delayed, is the official word from Weather Factory. I am not the best source for stuff on Book of Hours. I am excited for it. But as always, there's a Steam page for it, there's the Weather Factory page, there's the Weather Factory Twitter, and there's a dedicated newsletter to this sort of stuff. So happy to make it occasionally. Wife just went to bed, so just popped in for the ending. Thank you so much, Endors. We've got a few people. So Hunter Wild's doing Atomic Crops, which looks kind of neat. W. Shan's doing Blair Witch. Kilgore Trout's playing Oni. You know what? Let's do... I think I'm going to do Kilgore Trout, because Oni's kind of a neat one. For those of you who haven't seen Oni, this is an old game by Bungie. So before they did Halo and stuff like that, Bungie used to do a bunch of Mac games. And Kilgore's just fun. Kilgore's great at playing some of the older games that he liked when they first came out. And so I think he always does a very good job of sort of communicating his interests and what it was like to originally play it. But he's been having a good time with Oni, so I feel kind of good about sending that along. But as for me, I'm going to try and do a stream tomorrow. No promises, because I obviously went quite late tonight. But if I can get a spare stream in, I'd like to. If you're not in tomorrow, Friday, I'm somewhat feeling more inclined towards Darkest Dungeon again, but it is sort of my free day. If I can get a stream in on the weekend, I will try. No guarantees. And failing that, Monday we will be back with Stellaris, and of course next week we will be making more progress in Cultist Simulator. I was rather disappointed I didn't get to add anything to the Payless canvas, but we'll see. Anyways, enough from me. Please treat Kilgore well. Feel free to use that raid message if you want. And I would be remiss not to mention, if you are inclined to use the Epic Store, especially if you're picking up Borderlands 3 or Control or anything like that, I will try to be a little bit more consistent in reminding you that you can use the creator tag System Chalk. But as always, if you prefer to buy games off of another storefront, that is entirely up to you. I am merely doing this to try and remind those who are buying stuff off of the Epic Store that there is a way that they can support the stream that way. So sorry to end on an advertisement. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Trout. Have a good evening, guys.